Wassail, beautiful people. So, I'm back to try and catch up on all those personal readings I didn't get to yesterday. So, I'm just combining my two decks, the Alchemy of Astrology with the Raw Runes, to make a kind of super deck for the day. So I just keep doing that. Wassail, wild wolf woman. Wassail, Laura Z. It was a pleasure. We're back to do more readings today. I think I might have to take my flippers off. I've just put the two decks together. So, Wassail, Laura Z, Wassail, Catherine Smith, Wassail, Yesania, Wassail, Shana Berry, Wassail, Karen Smith, Wassail, Cheney, Wassail, Rainey's Clips, Wassail, Siggy Moosh, Wassail, D, Wassail, Heather Watson, Wassail, Agnes Leclerc, Wassail, David C. Wright, Wassail, Outside Therapy Experience, Wassail, Rita Golden, Wassail, Laurie Frosty, Wassail, Brownie Payer. It's a long song. Wassail, Denise Daggett, Wassail, Georgie. Yeah, I like singing to you all. So I'm in my hammock. There's no hot Santa hat today. There's no jingly bells. They were fun, but they were getting too much. Wassail, Diane Harrison. Wassail, Kersey Catchings. Wassail, Sigdom Lovent. Wassail, Iris Kochler, or Koshler. Wassail, Iris Koshler. See, I still can't read properly. Wassail, Betty Meza. Wassail, Deirdre Starborn. Wassail, Mama Jamma, Mama Jam, Mama Jamma, Mama Jamma. Sorry, I just like that name. It worked well in the mouth. Wassail, M. Dobson. Wassail, Shannon E. Wassail, Sarah. In Wales. It's warm up here today. It's not got any cooler this Christmas. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit like we did yesterday. So there's personal readings, but it's a lottery. So the way the rules, can you hear them? They're my favourite birds. They don't usually make a noise this time of night. They're called chakalayas because they go chakala, 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 chakala. Can you hear them though? Oh, they've stopped. Anyway, that feels very magical. Out-time chakalayas. They sing in the morning here usually. Never heard them this late. Yeah, they might not be picked up. They might though. Who can say? I tried to do it the other way around, but it was too dark. So we have to go this way to maximize the light. So how does this work? So I'm going to take this deck and I am going to ask you to put down, it doesn't have to be this deck, but you're going to write down a number between 1 and 9. And then I'm going to shuffle the deck And the first card that comes out, like for instance, if it was this card, Temperance, then I would take 14, add it together, and it would make 5. 5 gold rings. So I would then look for the 5th person to say 5. If there's only 3, I would count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if it's 7, it will be 7 sevens. So that there's a better chance of people who haven't necessarily got the speediest internet link to be the first. This way it feels as though it allows a greater chance for anyone, wherever they are, with whatever connection, to reach out and win their little Christmas lottery. I think they're going to do that. They're really, really weird birds. They're quite big. They're very ugly. They're herbivores. Oh, I hope they make an appearance, like sit at the window. They look a little bit like they've been plucked. And a little bit like they might be related to the turkey, but different. So basically, if you start now from this point, write down your numbers between 1 and 9. You don't have to write them in full. You can just write the digit. And I'm going to shuffle. You're going to put down some numbers. And then I'm going to split the deck, because that card came out way too early. So that's great. You've got some nice numbers there. And we split the deck. 9. So I'm going to look for the 9th 9. So Caron Smith is 1, Kirsty 2, Sigdom 3, Shannon 4, Jarl 9, Jal, 5. Oh, I've miscounted now. Read. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Carmen Calles. You are the 9th 9. So Carmen, I'm going to do a personal reading, but if you feel this reading, people, yeah, I know, Wild Wolf Woman. I had to find an easier way. We got there in the end. I couldn't put you through all that stress again. Yeah, just all that wrote the 9. And the thing is, I'm well aware that while I'm counting down, you could all start adding in the number. But do you know what? It's a lottery. It works. It makes me feel as though you're all in with a chance. So we're going to do the reading in different ways. So this reading will be around, I've forgotten it already. Oh, come back. I've got to count you down again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Carmen Calles. Carmen. La da dee 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 dee. Wassail, Penelope. Yes, it's you, Carmen. So I just need to say as well, yesterday, I watched a little bit of yesterday's and I realized that I think depending on our connection, things appear in different orders. So when I count something and it says, that's the 9th person, on yours, they might be the 7th person. I think it wherever you are, you're connecting into the feed slightly differently. So we just have to go with what I say. I've got an oval-shaped halo today. Oh, for unto us a child is born. So I'm going to do the reading. Carmen, I am, honestly. And what you need to do is, if it resonates with you in Sadir magic, you can pull that energy towards you. I'm using Carmen's energy to focus, but it doesn't mean the messages won't be for you. And we're going to be here for a few hours. So if you hang on in there, you might win the next lottery. Oh, I'm really hot in this t-shirt today. So we're starting with the combined deck of the raw runes with the Alchemy of Astrology. Yeah, exactly. Why not sing to the kids in Latin? Right, first card out. We've got your root molecules. I feel like I need to sing today because you're all going on about singing. So the root molecules is Mars. It's C. It's all the molecules in your body. Let's have a sound healing on it. Maybe that's part of the reading. Well, I tell you, my bum's vibrating on that one. So that's a C. Mars, iron, strength is what I'm getting. Carmen. Let's get some more. Ooh. Let's put a little towel over the cards so they don't fall away. Mars, sextile, friendly. I kind of want to say, Carmen, that there's a sort of like Mars has got its eye on you. Mars is a little bit of a rogue at the moment because this year, I'm already ahead. This year, we had a stellium tear, and I call it a stellium tear because 7 planets all lined up. Well, 6 planets and an asteroid, and then the moon moved past each into a conjunction on the 11th of February last year. Really powerful frequency. Oh, and there's the hummingbird. It's doing its little thing. It's got a lovely red tail. It's like someone setting off like an electronic pulse when it sings. So this stellium tear happened in Aquarius, and it means that the energy of the planets lined up, and it was big energies, big planets, and they've left a frequency tear. Now, the only planets that haven't been through it, really, are Chiron, Neptune. Neptune won't do it for 200 years because it had just been through Aquarius, so that's a long way off. And Mars has not been into this stellium tear. It hasn't entered it. It hasn't. So it's like Mars is singing from a different hymn sheet. But I really get the sense that Mars is flirting with you. So I want to say it's an energy of kind of like it's some kind of molecular healing. That's what I would say. So I'm just going to say hello to a few people. Wassail P. Monroe, Wassail Duchess of Elsewhere 77, Wassail Queen Star Sophia, Wassail MBA. Yeah, live hummingbird appears. It's great. It's your spirit animal. Cool. It's a different one to the ones I had in San Cristobal. Wassail Heidi. Wassail Kathy. So I'm sorry if I don't notice your name and sing all the names. Oh, butterfly, come in. It came in the window and went back out again. A white one with a blue body. So there's some kind of healing going on with these two energies. Mars, as I said, sextile. So there's a kind of like Mars frequencies flirting with you. But it's coming with the energy of hell. And hell, that butterfly keeps flirting with us. Hell is the frequency, 13 frequency, the breaking free of things. Hell is the frequency of light returning after darkness. So it's like, I don't know. You see, I was going to say, I don't know whether this energy of it flirting with you goes on until the beginning of April on the new moon, but it does, because it's just after the beginning of April that Mars reaches the stellium tear. So I think that there's a kind of, I'm being shown like an old-fashioned kind of movie where you get this kind of flickering light. It's like Mars is bringing you, Carmen, this kind of flickering energy of some kind of, I want to say like celluloid transformation, a transformation in your cells of how they resonate. Because the reason I say it's around the 1st of the 4th is because this card 14, this cosmic beingness, this unlocking of and surging, a cosmic surge, this energy's coming, and they're making me see this as the 1st of the 4th, which, as I say, that's the new moon. It's the spring new moon in Aries. It's the Aries moon. So, let's have an Odin with that for you, Carmen. So there's a cellular transformation frequency coming upon you, but it feels like what you want to do is just keep an eye on Mars. Where Mars is, what Mars is up to, I'd say is the key energy working with you. And I don't sense that kind of fiery, warlike Mars frequency. This is it's like a really, I know, flirty, friendly. It's like ask Mars. Ask Mars. If you want to know how to do something at the moment, for you, Mars is your man. So what else do you want to tell us actually about Mars somehow? Mars and Carmen sitting in a tree. Kissing. Come on. They've gone very quiet, but that's always when they're laying out some kind of really important message. That's really weird. I felt like the ghost of a card just left my hand and shot up my arm. That was a really weird energy. So, You see, I said it was to do with like light, cellular light flashing in and out. We've got Baldur. And what is the returning light? It's Baldur. Hell brings Baldur back from the dead after Ragnarok. She keeps the light safe in hell and then returns it. Such a beautiful energy to have. A really beautiful energy. Wassail and a pink. I'm sure I've missed other names, but I'm looking up occasionally. I'm focusing on this message. So your light is being transformed within in your cells. It's Mars. It's like Mars opens the darkness within you to let the light in. It's like Mars is currently a kind of rigid boundary, but something to do with the 1st of April, springtime. And I'm hearing that song, younger than springtime am I, gayer than laughter am I. So, what else do you want to tell us about this molecular transformation, and what's the purpose of it? What's the purpose of it? It's no good saying Mars is bringing you some kind of change in your light frequency without telling us what it means. So it's about, you see, now that's interesting. I was going to say one thing, and as I held it up, it said it's about the X chromosomes. It's a change in X chromosomes, and it's like harvesting a power within X chromosomes, not Y, just X. And I'm assuming, Carmen, you've got a double X chromosome. There's something about this card Jira, which is about time, about a divine moment, but about a harvest. It's about the energy of what would be the Gununga gap, the frequency of the void, splitting open. There's something splitting open within your frequency to do with Mars. So Mars is all the molecules, because all your molecules belong to the Earth, and they belong to the note C that we sang earlier. So this comes in and it allows like a transference of light frequency in all of your cells. So let's put a couple more of the big deck on this and just see where else that's going, Carmen. I mean, it's like, I kind of want to say, it's like a sort of a, hello, big waspy bee. Thank you very much. It's some kind of regenerative energy, but it's not, in a way, it's not regenerating because it's an energy you've not known. It's like a new light frequency. So, what else have you got to say about this for Carmen? Prederum pare sevile, Shaman mililas pastia. Sorry, I can't help it, but I love the opera, Carmen. I've got two, but I need another. Ooh! The wind tried to take that one. Let's pop those down in there so they don't go anywhere. Right, so now what we have is, we have Mercury. Now, I'm being shown Mercury as it says, this quicksilver frequency. It's like the light that transfers in you, this is like the energy of a kind of silvery platinum cosmic light that's coming into you to, as I say, bring some kind of harvest of a healing energy, whether it's you healing or whether it's you storing up within you the light to heal others, because I think it's got something to do with communication, speaking, because we do have the throat, C, G. This is interesting. It's got the frequency of the exact midpoint between C, the note we started with. G sharp is the, no, it's not. It's a diminished sixth or a minor sixth. It's got a harmony. Sorry, forgive me, but there's a harmony frequency. I need to just play you the note so that you can hear it. So I want that one and this one. So this light, this communication of, I feel like soothing words, balm. Your voice becomes balm. I don't know how your voice works for you as a person, Carmen, but this is about an energy of, hey, sort of like when I do sound healing, I wrap somebody up in my vocal sounds. There's something about you being able to wrap people up in a soothing balm of your voice, okay? And it's coming with Elk's protection. So this is, I just need to check the numbers, 14, 15. This is like, and 16. There's a sense that this, it's like you begin to understand the energy, the 14, the 15, the 16 is where you started with Mars, is flirting with the energy of this transformation. And it comes at the end on the, on the 1st of the 4th, you've got 14, 14 again. And by, I would say by the beginning of May, the day after the solar eclipse, you will sense the connection to protection. To begin with, it's like it comes and goes, like that film, like that notion of a projection flashing in and out. To begin with, it will come in stages, it will flash in and out, but it will happen. Yeah, it's the Aries new moon on the 1st. So, and here we have it. We have the energy of the moon. This is intuition. So now we're beginning to build up a pattern. So we've got so just as I said, the energy, the 14, 15, 16 frequency that's coming towards you, that comes out of order, it's a piecemeal thing that keeps building during this period with you to change the light energy and to change. There's some kind of balm. That's all I keep seeing about your voice, Carmen. A balm in the voice. And it's about dreams. We've got filter. This is, it's like you're the balm. Oh, hang on a minute. This is 15 again. 15 is this protection. You are the protection. I feel like this is the energy of a healer, Carmen. You filter out the pains in others, but somehow, whether it's just through speech, whether it's just through talking things through with people, but this is an energy where you are the key to a form of protection, but the key to how other people find their dreams forwards. It's like Pharos, the lighthouse energy. You're just becoming filled with the energy of Baldur, but that's being, as I said, gifted to you right back at the beginning from hell. It's like your light is returning, but your light lights others. It's definitely healing frequency, Carmen. The energy to heal. But somehow you get healed first. So, that was Carmen's and anyone else's reading that's on the pathway to being a healer. You need to work with Mars. You need to flirt with Mars. You need to ask Mars to unlock the rigidity of your molecules and allow hell to return the Baldur light frequency to your body so that you can be a better healer. Oh, you see, you're studying Reiki. Wassail, Michelle, Conrad, Wassail, Karolina, Krupa. I love that you're studying Reiki. That's great. It's a good thing for you to do, but I definitely would say that you somehow are going to find it's not just the energy of Reiki, Carmen, it's the way you communicate with the people that you're offering Reiki to. Yeah, you need to be healed, but you will be healed. Mars wants to work with you. Mars wants to open your molecules and let this Baldur light back in. It's a pleasure. So, everybody, let's have a Neptune's bell while you all think about the numbers you're going to start writing, but don't write them yet. Let's have the bells first. Take that down, it's a bit louder in the microphone. That's better. So there's Neptune with his little bells from the bottom of the sea. I'm going to take the shamanics, Jumanjics, and you're going to put down a number now between 1 and 9, and we'll find out. As I said, I'll add the digits together on here to get the number, and then if it's 7, I'll count for the 7th 7. If it's 5, it's the 5th 5, 6, the 6th 6. Just to try and make it fair so that you're all in with a chance depending on where your energy is. So, oh, tight-lipped cards, giving you a chance to put lots of numbers down. There we go, we have a number. We have 21. Which is obviously 3. So I want to go back and find the third person on my chart to have said 3. So 1, 2, 3. Right, Betty, it's you, but I did you a reading yesterday. So I want to give the next person that said a 3 a chance, if you don't mind. So Karolina Krupa. Karolina Krupa, the third 3. I did do you yesterday, Betty, didn't I? I did a Betty. I'm sure it was you. Yeah, it was a shame, Same. You were the first 3, and I do whichever number I do, the 3rd or the 4th or the 5th version of it, just to make it fair. Just to make it fair. So, Karolina, I'm not starting with that deck. I want to start at the moment with non-oracle as such. So let's go with the double deck and see what we get. So, Karolina, what do we have for Karolina? I haven't got my cushion today because it made me bum a bit hot. And so now I feel like the table's really high and I'm really tiny. So the cards are falling on the floor. Interesting. You've got a double moon frequency. You've got the moon in Aries. Now, that could be the new moon in Aries, or it could be just the next time the moon reaches Aries. And you've also got the moon in Sagittarius. But the frequency I'm getting for this is an impulse, a desire to shift, a desire for a healing. And your healing is not, it's not physical, it's mental. It's the energy of Wassail. It's an energy of rewriting your philosophical understanding of your place in the world. And that is a brilliant energy to be working on. It's like there's a sense that you're searching for things that you find are hard and fast frequencies within your life, and you're deliberately challenging yourself to see how you could think differently in these frequencies. But you understand that you can't change anything unless you change your thoughts. And that's fabulously air energy. So some more. I just have to watch that card in case it tries to get away from me. Right, it's Eris, challenges. The energy of challenges. That's interesting. There's a card that's come out and it's sitting on my wrist. Right, that's lunar eclipse. And then I've got a set down here in 2 pieces. You've got a lot of moon energies, a lot of downloads, but downloads and uploads. So let's go through what you've got. So it begins with this energy, as I said, rewriting your entire philosophical reality. You know, it's like you've tried this, you've done this, you've gone through life a certain way, and now you need to change that. You need to transform it. I want to say there's an energy of Neptunian healing going on. So Neptune's in Pisces at home, and that's about releasing, I would say, releasing these old spiritual beliefs to be recreated as something new. And then you have, as I said, you have Eris. And Eris is the reverse of 13 frequency, the freedom. It's like not quite having the freedom, but it being just a transformation away, a reversal of energy frequencies. But I'm not getting the sense of Eris and sacred rage with this at all, not remotely. I'm just getting the energy of like embracing a challenge joyfully, moving into a notion of just going, I know I do this as a pattern. How can I break my patterns? How can I pull apart behaviors? So, and then you have the lunar eclipse. And the lunar eclipse is also a 13. So I would say 3113. This turns round. You rewrite, you rescribe your whole life because you're dealing with the thoughts by the 14th of May. Because the 14th of May is the lunar eclipse. The solar eclipse is on the 30th of April. So I feel like that will be, you'll be throughout the first 3 months of, you know, winter in many places in the world, philosophically, is about leaving bare, stripping bare. Autumn's happened, you've removed. I can hear the hummingbird again. Removing sort of the leaves, preparing the nutrients down at the ground to kind of dig into the soil and mulch things down. Here comes a spirit fly around me. So mulching everything down to prepare for something new. And then you have Moon in Scorpio. It's interesting because it's constantly pointing to you that you've got to observe for your journey the lunar eclipse, the moon and its cycles, towards the lunar eclipse. So there is this real energy here of emotional exchanges with yourself and the moon. And it's about, what do you strip back? What is no longer needed so that you can bring a new light frequency? I'm not saying a rebirth, because that's not the energy I'm seeing. It's an energy of, how do you reignite your passion for the world? You do it, as you understand, through changing your thought process on how you appear and what the world shows you. There's something about this also, genes, rewriting your genes, not getting a new pair of genes, but this is deep work that you're doing with the moon to rewrite your future codes. No, that's not really true. It's not really your future codes. It's rewriting your codes that will lead you to a different future. You're not rewriting future codes. You're recoding your now, that energy. So you've got these emotional exchanges, and then you've got Leo, 5 gold rings, May. They're talking to me about May again with this 5. This is about digestion. So your eclipse tunnel, it's the 30th of April. January, February, March, April, 30 days. So the very last day of April in Taurus season will be the solar eclipse, the sun, the fixed sun energy. And as soon as that's out of the way, for you personally, the entire 2-week eclipse tunnel becomes a personal digestion, catabolizing, so pulling in different energies and transforming them. You've already considered it. You've had all of this wonderful lunar challenging moments throughout the first 3 months. And then this is to discern, to comprehend, and to shift and to digest your new frequencies, the energies of your philosophical pathway. I don't want to say into the future. I want to say into the now. And the reason is because we have onwardness at the end of this. And this is the rune of the now, to be going onward because you're present. So it's about addressing, not even past, it's not issues, it's just fixing, changing, identifying, honing in on dogma, thoughts that I want to say you hold on to because you think they define your personality, but really, you know, they don't. So you're looking for all those energies that feel a little bit like a nonsense, like a falsehood to your absolute truth. So it's a really transformative energy. So I was going to add some Odin, but I'm not. It was only because I thought it would be nice if the Norns jumped out, but you don't need them. You've got one of them there. She's there, the present. You can only work in the present. You can have all the philosophical notions of where the future will be, but you can't ever see the future until it's actually in the past. When it's achieved, then you can look back on it. But the whole point really is to just always step in the now. I'm getting a really strong ringing in this ear for your reading now. I need to know what note it is. It's so high, it's hard to detect them. It's E. It's the sun. It's solar plexus. It's this. Digesting will bring you a happiness. It's like it's an energy frequency that's almost knocking on your back door, knocking internally on your skull and saying, let me in, let me in, let me in. Like happiness, joy. So let's get, where's this all going? It's face down so that I can't have a sneaky peek. I want more than one card. Oh, and that one's face down as well. It's like there's a sense of blind faith, full card energy. We are going to look, obviously, but there's a sense that trust needs to be in there. Do you know, it's really interesting. It's the child and the sorcerer. And actually, the message from this card is refinding your magic. Refinding you when you were a child, you had some kind of lunar magic that went on. You had a connection. That's why the moon's been calling out to you. But it's interesting that the note coming in was the sun and the moon. Were you what you might want to have a look at, because twice now that energy has been put in my head. You need to have a look at your not your birth chart, but look at the year you were born and try and find the nearest solar and lunar eclipses to your birthday. Because twice they've put that energy in my head. Because you basically we have a solar and lunar eclipse return every 18 years, almost. It's a little bit over, but there's something. They're talking to me about that energy. So, Karolina, 1977. If we look up, I haven't got my iPad here because the battery's broken on it, and I've got to go and get it fixed. But we need to look up. You need to know the month because there's 2 lunar eclipses a year. And so you look for the one, you just type in 1977 solar eclipses and it will tell you the 2 dates and you work out which one's close to you, and then you can put 1977 lunar eclipse and it will tell you which ones are closest to your birthday. So you're born on a lunar eclipse. Yeah, I'm born in an eclipse tunnel. I was born between a total solar eclipse and a total lunar eclipse, and it's not often that you get both total. So I'm a bit obsessed with eclipses, but I think eclipse tunnels are magical times of year. Wassail, Parry. So yes, I think that your lunar magic that popped just to be part of the world is being returned. I get the sense, in truth, you were probably born closer to a lunar eclipse than a solar eclipse because the moon energy is really strong. Maybe even the moon when you were born, if it wasn't an actual eclipse, it feels like it's a very powerful energy. So it would be, possibly a significant phase of the moon. But there's so much moon energy in your reading. Oh, April the 4th, September. September 77, I'm guessing you mean by that. I haven't got any. Oh, hang on. I've got my phone. Let me see if I can do it on my phone. So are you saying April the 4th? Or you're saying that there's one on the 4th of April and one on September the 27th? That's what you're saying to me, isn't it? And when was your birthday? You did say, and I missed it. Wassail, Patrick. I'm trying to find your message, but there's so many. I'm not noticing when you said it. Oh, 14th. So I would say that the April one is the one closest to you, the 4th of April. And this time it's the 1st of April. That's definitely your connection point. The new moon, and then the lunar eclipse on the 14th. And that's got the same number, 1 and 4. There's definitely for you a connection on the 1st of April. and the 14th of May in terms of connecting into this new frequency in that tunnel. So cool. That's yours. Magic returning. Childhood moon magic, lunar magic that you've locked off, Karolina. So who's going to be next? Who's going to be next? So we're going to shuffle a deck. And we'll get a number. So I'm going to say to you, numbers between 1 and 9, 1 and 9, 1 and 9. I'm going to throw the little Egyptians on this one. And I'll find a card, find a single number. And if it's 4, I'll count the full 4. If it's 5, the fifth number 5 that we see. So who's going to get the next reading? Right, so it's 16, which makes 7. So I want the 7th 7. The 7th 7. There's 1 7, 2 7s. Oh, look, it's got to stop doing that to me. You go sliding up and then it catches into the fact that you're all writing 7 now. 1 7, 2 7s, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it moved again. Right. 1 7, outside therapy. 2 7s, Amy. 3 is Catherine. 4 is Siggy. 5 is Rita. 6 is Denise. 7 is Hayley Lucy Paul. Hayley Lucy Paul, you're on the 7 lottery. Yours is the next reading. But remember, if this reading resonates with you, own it. Put it in. I'm just using... I've just said your name. And it's already vanished from my head. I've got Hayley. Hayley's because it's got Lucy as well. I can hear the hummingbird. So, Hayley Lucy Paul is the focus for the reading, but it doesn't mean it won't resonate with you. So, Hayley Lucy Paul. Hayley Lucy Paul. I need them to fall, Lucy Paul. Hayley Lucy Paul. Well, I'm busting them up today. Denting them all. So what have we got, please? What's the energies coming out? Right, so I have to put these in that bowl or they blow away. So we've got 4 to begin with. So 3, sorry. We're beginning with fire, 66. This is ideas and passions. But there's something about this that's like a burning feeling. Okay, it's like a frequency where the ideas are coming at you, Hayley, too fast, too much, too intense, almost like they're coming at you so fast you can't literally notate them, remember them, write them down. You're having too many ideas and you're not able to bring the ideas into a kind of coherence. It's like this is this energy that I'm seeing, this frequency of rapid firing up, and actually it's becoming quite draining. It's not allowing you to ease. It's like what I'm seeing is you can't sleep because of this. The ideas are coming at you so fast. There's so many things you're thinking about and trying to discover solutions to these things that it's wearing you out. So There's a card in between, but I want to show you the energy of what's opposite. So it begins with this energy of too much thought, and then it's got trine. It's got the ease, it's got the harmony, it's got the energy. It's the switch from the rapid thoughts to the calming thoughts. I mean, this is almost coming over like warning, 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 and it's almost like being bashed over the head with a hammer. In between is pulverize. 88. Oh, what's that one? So you got 66, 88, and then you got 9. Right, 88 in terms of master numbers, for me, refers to a kind of the 8th dimension, obviously. And the 8th dimension is a little bit like a space when we've learned how to... The 7th dimension is like being given a Lego bricks to create your own universe. And the 8th dimension is the space in which you act as an architect for your own universe, where you build your own space. And so it's almost like you can't build forwards because none of the pieces fit together. That's what this energy at the moment is about. So there's a frequency where it's almost like you need to go to sleep and you need to say to your spirit team, your ancestors, let me have that dream with that big fucking hammer of Thor's, Mjolnir, and let me just go in and smash up everything. Wassail, Olga. It's Olga the artist, everyone, that's doing the runes. Wassail once in a blue moon. So, yeah, Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. You need to pulverize the thoughts. You need they feel like it's like every ancestor has left you their own set of architect's plans, and every time you go to sleep, the energies of the dreams are just too frantic. And actually, quite often I feel like the spirits and the people that work with you, oh, that beautiful butterfly almost came in, huge yellow one. Right, make this space a butterfly home, bring them in. It's almost like they're having to hide your dreams from you because they're not resonating, they're not making sense to you. And you need to find some kind of ease in the astral, ease of sleep. So we need the Mjolnir hammer. You need to ask to be able to go to sleep with the power of the Mjolnir so that you can go into the astral and just pulverize all the shit other people have left in the portal that you're going through, because it is. Oh my God, you are. Yeah, it's about, look, you can do this. We can ask to do anything in a dream. I do a thing when I go to sleep where I talk to the spirit teams and the Elohim, who are the architects of the universe. And I talk to them and I just say, thank you for taking me to the astral and allowing me to find a different doorway back to a different version of my body in a different dimension. That's one dimension, one time strand, one frequency closer to A, B, C, D, and E. So last night, the last thing I added, and you don't usually add this in, but I was going to add it and say, I was like, thank you for leading me to one dimension closer to having my teeth and gums back, or at least so that I can eat food. And weirdly, my dream involved sitting down opposite someone very angelic who every time they smiled had the most beautiful beautiful teeth, and they wandered off and I didn't follow them. And I think in that dream, I was being shown by that energy how to step towards that portal. Instead, I stayed where I was. So you've got to not just be ready and willing in your dream world, but you've got to be able to command direction. So this is the same thing. You need to have the dream with the Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, but you also need to be able to wield it and pulverize. You need to know that you can bust through some of this stuff. You can redream. You can, when you say you miss dreaming, a lot of the time we don't dream unless there's something we need to deal with and challenge us. But you can request memory of dreams. I did that because I hadn't dreamt for years, and I suddenly went, I need some dreams. I need to remember them. So thanks for letting me remember the dreams. At the moment, it feels like you're not being allowed to, unfortunately, Hayley. And you need to be able to. You need to be able to remember them so that you can just go in and bust up the spaces. Anyone that doesn't dream, I want you all to listen to this reading and connect with the fact that you have dream guides who will work with you on the astral. And if you ask them nicely enough, they will show you what they show you. They will let you remember what they show you. Wassail Sheila. So, right, can we please have the next part of this message? Because at the moment we've got 3 cards. That was like the energy of Mjolnir slapping hard, you know, really just busting into the astral. I had a really strong thing. Cool, do it. I'm still going to give you a bit more of your reading though, Hayley. So, oh yes, look. The dream world is a journey. The dream world is a raid. It's a roller coaster. It's an energy frequency. She's asleep. She is asleep. And she's embracing the spirit ride. And then you have Nidalfalir, which I call Svartalhamir. This is the energy deep in the roots. You know, almost in the roots of a nightmare. Because that's how most people see the dark things. That's how most people witness the scary. And you can have very scary dreams, but you almost want to, before you go to sleep, say, look, I'm ready for the scary dream, but I'm not going to wake myself from it. I'm going to learn from it. So I'm going to see it to the end of its dream. And there's the elves, the dark elves, the elves at the roots are making some kind of nutritional gift. It's like you pulverize, you powder out all that world, and from that powder, they're mixing up a paste, and they're molding, and they're forming, and they're putting new magic energies in to bring you to some kind of ease. But it is a gift. It's a new energy frequency that's coming through. And then it ends with Midgard. And there's something about this being a kind of sleepiness as dawn rises again over the world. And you coming back to the world in a better, and in ease, in comfort. And this came through Oth, the vessel, upside down. But what it was kind of showing me was that somehow your molecules weight asleep. Your consciousness leaves, it rises from your vessel at night, and it goes off on a journey, on its own journey, and it moves around. And then somehow in the morning, you return to a new vessel. Like I was saying, this new vessel, and that new vessel brings you into new dimensions each time. Every time you keep coming back into exactly the same dimensional vessel, you're not able to properly sleep, you're not able to properly rest, you're not able to properly heal, but you're being offered the chance to rise. Let's put it here, for instance, to rise from this, go on your dream, and then when you come back down to earth, you're coming into another version of your body in another time strand, in another dimension. But you've got to willingly embrace that to get to it. So let's just have a last little one of these double deckers. It's gone incredibly quiet and still here. I mean, barely a wisp of wind. Right, so I'm already getting, before I even see the cards, I'm picking up an energy of you have a nervousness of going into certain areas within a dream world and not being able to get back in your body, of not being anchored. And that's not the case. You can go back into any of the dimensional bodies. It's not like anyone else will be different. Everything will be the same except your pathway, your perception. You're not changing other people's worlds. You can't go to bed and go, you know, I wish this for my friend. They have to do that themselves. You just wish the things for you. You come down, your world changes, and eventually your world can change other people's worlds. So the first two cards were actually these two. And it's interesting. Wolf protection. This is home and Chiron. This nervousness of not coming back home after a profound dream. And I think that's because, as I said earlier, when we talked about all these different sort of Lego building blocks of the cosmos, they're not yours. They're not pieces that fit together. They've been left by ancestors, and none of them finished their own project. So you need to break down their projects. You're protected. Wolf protection is teacher energy. There is a teacher on the other side in the astral working with you. It's we've got Esk. We've got this personal Yggdrasil Astray, this energy of your leaves, and then we've got this energy of your roots. And what we're not seeing in the frequency is the trunk, but it is here, but it's just waiting as a vessel for you to take off. And then this vessel will be left. And over here, when you wake, there's a new vessel waiting. Transformation vessel. And you have 56. You have vein. The change of frequency, the change of direction. To me, this is, again, it's like this. It folds away and it opens somewhere else for you to drop into. So you just have to trust your teachers and guides in the astral and not allow this is almost, this is a primal wound, this nervousness around dreams, I feel is something left by your ancestors who maybe had a load of nightmares, lived in times when, you know, you were punished for dark dreams. You know, you were told that evil and the devil was in there. So somehow it's bringing you an opportunity to rebuild a new landscape in the astral that's meant for you and not dictated by your ancestors. So that's yours, Hayley. So just pop all these cards back and then we'll play personal reading lotto. Right, so they're going back in. Now I'm going to put the Odin. Oh, hang on. I didn't put them separately. So, Wassail, King David, Wassail, Blue Lunar Hand, Wassail, Sarah Jax, Wassail, Sheila Thacker, Wassail, Grammar's Garden of Ideas, Wassail, Meredith MacDonald, Wassail, neats, I haven't seen you for a while, neats. So Wassail, Denise Dugat, Wassail, Shala, Wassail, Laurie Jankovic, Wassail, Divine Virgo Empress, Wassail, Carney Booze, Wassail, River Song. River Song's here. Now we know we're on timelines. Wassail, River Song. How is Amy Pond? So, who else? Once in a Blue Moon. Wassail, Carol. Sarah Band, Wassail, Good Boot, God Boots. So let's just slip that all the way down to the bottom. Right, so here we go. We're gonna get a deck. This one. So start putting your numbers 1 to 9 and let's count. What card are we going to get? Who's going to get a personal reading? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 ladies dancing, 8 maids of milk, 7 swans are swimming, 6 geese are laying, 5 gold rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in an Yggdrasil tree. It's the upper world, and it's 59, which makes 14, which makes 5. 5 gold rings. So many numbers. Oh, where do they start? Heal my pain with your voice. I'm going from there. Let's see. I'm not seeing any number 5s. There's a 5. There's 1, Dark Fire Dragon. 2, Grammar's Garden of Ideas. 3, Time in Canada. 4, Rita. And 5 is Elizabeth. So, Elizabeth. You're on. Oh, I need to move the comments down. Sorry, just transfixed by a load of ants that have just appeared. think I'm going to start with this deck this time because I'm gotta mix it all up a bit. Let's see what we get. That one just fell straight out down there. I don't know whether I want it. I'm going to keep shuffling. I know it's there. Now we got 2. Oh, yeah, look, come on, people. We've got to try and get a little bit more on the likes. We've got to beat yesterday. So, what do we have? What do we have? So, the first card that fell out at the very beginning, before I even got anywhere, was the Holy Mountain. I'm just going to put it to the side for the moment because I still don't know whether it's part of my message. I think it might fit into the message later. But the next 2 that came out together, I have to hold them the right way around for you, are these 2 interesting frequencies. The Rainmaker and the Time Master. I feel like this is kind of like Akashic splashing. There's something, this is very much linking into that frequency of emotional time, emotional, like I'm seeing ice blocks. So I'm seeing the energy of frozen time, paused time, and then it's literally like what's frozen from what's solid just suddenly liquefies and just explodes outwards with some kind of, there's some kind of emotion in the center of this. So this almost feels like it's like she's coming up in a surprise. There's very much a surprise energy. He thinks he knows it all. He's sitting there in that kind of, I know how to do time. It's almost like he's frozen time to observe something holy, something divine, but something also almost microscopic, like a tiny speck that makes a difference, like the notion of butterfly theory, chaos. But he's being defiant on the chaos. He's trying to pause time, and time doesn't want to be paused. So there's something in this frequency of prevarication. He wants to stop time and hold it still, and time's not going to allow him. He's a time master, but the Rainmaker's bringing in new frequency, Eliza, Beth. So I feel I want to go with a different sort of flow for this. I'm just trying to see what else I'm picking up. It's like the energy here has gone still, but behind these mango trees over here, there is this energy of the Rainmaker just beginning to reopen emotional flow. So what's this about? So don't forget, if this reading resonates with you, it's not just Eliza's reading, it's a Sadir reading that you can pull into your own frequency. Are you, I want to say, prevaricating about some kind of emotional decision? Because that's the energy, trying to freeze time so that you don't have to look at some kind of emotional bomb that's going to go off. So we have Odal, Evel. It's the birthright. It's something that's to be inherited. But it's like, I am seeing it as like it's really weird. I'm seeing it like when you're pregnant and your waters break. And there is that splashing, an emotional movement, like birthing something new emotionally. But there is this sense of wanting to not birth it yet, not birth the emotions. So come on, a bit more. Yeah. Hagal. Hagal is ice, hail. And that's that notion of what I saw in the beginning was the frequency of frozen water becoming liquid. That's the whole point of hail. This fear of releasing, birthing the emotion that's coming. It's you that's making it feel like it's painful. It's you that has the fear of the hail hurting, the emotion hurting. It's just emotions, and emotions are fluid. And so the energy really wants to just pour through, just to slide through. And then we have Vanahamir. So the notion is that it's so interesting. They're showing me this again as not being able to birth something, as the void, this energy of a Gunungaga being almost that energy of 12 frequency, that energy of an enclosure, an energy of something. Life needs to be free. You can't wall yourself up in a womb or in an embryo or in any space where you don't allow your truth, because it has to break free. It has to have this water phoenix explosion. It can't be held back in. And this is borderless. This is friendship. This is a world where it's that thing again. It's that goddess without borders. There's another hummingbird right now, and it's the tiniest hummingbird I've ever seen. This one's not got a red tail. This is green. It's completely different, completely silent. I love a hummingbird. So this is heart chakra then. If we're getting the hummingbird again, this energy of being walled in is freezing your emotions. You're frightened by experiencing, no, not experiencing, yes, experiencing, but more an energy of, if you just let that emotion flow, it might hurt so much that you can't stop crying. There's something about that energy in this. And yet, it's so beautiful, the truth of it. So, Eliza, let's keep moving forwards. I'm going to take this deck now, the double deck. And then I'm going to have a sip of water. I've been talking for an hour and a half, and I haven't had a drink yet. Little ant, do not walk on me, because I really don't want to accidentally squash you when I'm not looking. So it begins, Eliza, with South Node. This is the incarnation you came from. So I kind of want to say there's an energy I'm picking up of being from, I'm not necessarily saying an energy of life here, but it's actually, I feel like the incarnation you just came from was a very logical place. It was a very clear place. It was a very decisive place. Energies were made, movements, philosophies were created without emotions, not fully. It's not emotionless, but it wasn't emotions that led the philosophical drive. It was something more pure, because emotions are very muddy. Yeah, there are pure emotions. I feel like you came from a life somewhere in a universe where things were very simple, things were very clear. And actually, the emotions, when they well up in you, they create such an uncomfortable frequency, such a distortion in you that it's not that you can't handle them. It's this notion of you just kind of going, I don't want to do these frequencies. So that's where you come from anyway. That's why it's like this birthright, because it was some kind of society that didn't need, I want to say, sentimentality. Okay. And then you have 80. There's the other hummingbird now, which is interesting because the last card is 2 hearts. So this is rot. This is decompose, reuse, change and recompose. Decompose to recompose. Emotions. I feel like this is, it feels like new ground. It feels like something, it's like being, they're showing me this energy of this water phoenix. It's like from behind this card, someone's firing like an Akashic water cannon, and it's pushing through you, and it's too much. And yet at the same time, it's so incredibly blissful, but it's like the energy of, in the beginning was the void, and from within the void comes the raw masculine magician, the desire to live, the need to just be, to succeed above all others, and using the elements of that he finds within the void, he creates the entire cosmos, all of the planets and everything. And he stands and he looks at the beauty of what he's made, and he feels a sense of pride, and pride is an emotion that he hadn't felt. And this opens the other end of his energy extreme, and in comes the divine feminine, and she's like a tsunami of emotions, and she almost drowns him. That's the energy. I feel like, so look, this is what I feel. I feel like you're moving from 12 to 13, from Time Master frequency to Vanahamir. It's like your life is a great big energetic frequency from, I'm calling him raw masculine, but he's a little bit cleverer than just simple aggressive raw masculinity, to divine feminine. But it's almost like somewhere on your washing line between these two frequencies is hanging this holy mountain. I mean, it could be really far near there. And it's just like an emotional blockage that needs to be removed. But there's a fear of removing it, and it's going to come down. You'll be fine, but it needs to be decomposed to recompose. I'm not saying you're emotionless either. It's very difficult to read this energy. But it's a frequency of not being able to fully connect with the power of your soul in fullness. And this magnet is going to bring together those two energies. And it is an entanglement. It's not erotic, as it says here. It's not that. It's the magnetism. Ah, there, look, there it is. Now they're showing me it. That's why I couldn't understand this card at the beginning, because it didn't have its secondary energy. Your raw masculine, your divine feminine, has historically got this kink within it that stops it being a beautiful fluid line. And that's about to change. That's about to break open as the energy of pure divine love, akashic splashing energy rolls in. That's what's coming for you. So that's lovely. It was difficult to get to. Sorry about that. So I hope that helped you, Elizabeth. All the mics are dropped. Yeah, that was a beautiful moment. That really was a beautiful moment. I like those. Let's just go with that mic drop. It makes the most beautiful, perfect sense, but not until you get there. So let's pop all these back. What a difference a day makes. 24 little hours. I don't know where that came from, but it's for someone. I'm also hearing, just for somebody, it might mean something. I'm also hearing, dance yourself dizzy. But not any more of it, just that line. You didn't realize it was you. Maybe it wasn't then. Maybe you won the lottery and I gave a reading. I connected in thinking of you. But it doesn't necessarily have to have been you. It could be a frequency that... I still feel that there's an energy where there's emotional frequencies in you that are coming towards you that are way more incredible than you understood before. So I haven't done numbers yet. Getting ahead of yourselves, people. We need a bit of water. I've got my very room warm temperature water here. Oh, before we do numbers, I just need a little bit of a swing because it's good to open my legs, my knees. So it's nice to have a little swingle singers. Ah. So is it just Britain that calls Boxing Day, the 26th? Because really, it's good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen. It's St. Stephen's Day. And there once was a time when I could have told you that Big Ben on the Houses of Parliament was called St. Stephen's Tower, but they've renamed it the Elizabeth Tower after the Queen because she's reigned for so bloody long. Anyway. Oh, you call it that in Canada? You know why it's called Boxing Day? It's because the aristocracy used to make all their servants work on Christmas Day, making the aristocrats have a beautiful Christmas Day, and the servants didn't get a nice Christmas Day. So with all the food that didn't get eaten, you'd have leftover food. So they could serve themselves, and they would let their servants have that day as their Christmas. And they would give them their little Christmas box, their gift. And so it was called Boxing Day. Oh, it's Boxing Day throughout the Commonwealth. Not so sure that wealth's very common anymore in terms of being shared. Ah, it's Brenda's Boxing Day. So, let's play the numbers game. I'm just going to change decks though. Getting a bit of wind coming up. I'm coming up, better get this party started. So, you write some numbers. I'll shuffle some cards from the top. I've already seen what number it is. So I'm getting ready to sing for me 5 gold rings. It's the Hierophant, card number 5. So it's like in 5s today. So Nikki was the first 5. Oh, hang on. It jumped then. I was counting quite well. Laurie, second 5. P. Monroe, third 5. Carol, fourth. I just want one more 5. Parry, 5 golden rings. So, Parry, it's your turn. I hope you're all singing 5 golden rings with me. I'm just going to rifle these before putting them back over there. I'm going to open with Odin. I just need to stretch my hammock out. I'm going a little bit side saddle for this one. Woo, woo. That's quite nice. My legs don't get in the way of the table. So, Parry. Parry. What have we got for Parry? It started with a swing. Parry, 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 parry. You got one that's turned. I'm not having that one. I don't know what this one is on my hammock. Parry. Oi, there's a second. Oh, look. So, Parry. Parry and the Hierophant. You've got Fett and Heimdall. Oh, that's really interesting. Look. The way this joins in the energy. Yeah, I know. Micah, I sang Swing Low Sweet Chariot the other day and it made someone cry. Penelope, I believe. So I think there may have been a little disruption in the. So it's the beginning of something new. It's not. This isn't coming across as normal fair prosperity. It's more the energy of card one, a new beginning, the trumpeting of a new idea. Like Heimdall is the trumpeter on the controller, the guardian of the Villoldo, the Bifrost Bridge, the Rainbow Bridge. I feel like we need more Odin and the 9 realms. Odin and the 9 realms. Come on, tell us a little bit more about what this new beginning is a fanfare for. What are you trumpeting about? I mean, you know, I'm seeing that notion of the walls being broken open through a fanfare. You know, like the Great Walls of Jericho, and the walls come tumbling down. The boundaries are changing. It's almost like the energy, Parry, of celebrating newness, celebrating a new year, blowing a trumpet to break the boundaries, to create a bridge, to take us to that frequency of a harvest. And look, this is, I always see this card as a passageway, an energy where the void opens to allow a new frequency to come in. So let's ask about this frequency. Ooh, there's a lot of cards. But what I'm going to do is put those ones there because they came in a big group. And then these other two came as two separate cards. Conjunction. The conjunction 0 degrees. This is like the new year. The energy of merging one year with another, merging 21 with 22. And it's also about an energy of focusing attention. I want to say there's something to do with all conjunctions. Conjunctions are key in the frequency. Yeah, I know that you've been a recluse and a hermit. And there's something about the Hierophant that's kind of the hermit on display, but the Hierophant was merely the card that got you here. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily the energy. And then we have, you see, that's interesting, 40-60. You've got Earth Masion. Thy worldly power, thy power within the space of you, within the space of the earth. I know from the comments that you write how connected you are in many ways to your own power, but this is like some kind of energy where some new frequency is able to come and emerge in 2022 with you. Because it doesn't matter how old we are, we're never static. We're always moving. There's something about this that's very similar. I don't want to say like you're John the Baptist, but what they're showing me is that image of John the Baptist is like the calling out of something that's coming. Like you have some kind of like some kind of purpose to sort of, I don't want to say prophesize something, but merely words that you offer are almost, they're like from the future somehow. They're a little bit ahead of the speed that the world is playing catch up with you. So your power is to merge new ideas. I just want to say really that a lot of the time the ideas of the things you've been through in life are generations ahead of most people of your age group. That's the energy that I'm getting. So let's see. Let's see what else. Odin and the Nine Realms, Odin and the Nine Realms, Odin and the Nine Realms. Right, you're birthing a new tree. Oh, that's interesting, because I know there's 3 trees on here, but it's like the 3 phases of woman, you know. It's that energy of child, mother, crone frequency, but it's not that you're now, you know, birthing a new one of those phases. It's about, it's kind of like being the 3 ages in one age. Yeah, what you've just written, Parry, is the next card. So you're birthing some kind of new merged union of an Yggdrasil frequency, a new sapling in the forest that means something else. But as you've just said, that's all that Geffen stands for. Geffen stands for kind of community truth. It really is that frequency of coming together around. You see, I'm being drawn to Fe. I'm being drawn to the frequency of prosperity, but it's like rounding up stray sheep to bring them into the fold, but there is no fold. There is no walls. There are just bridges back to the self. It's something. It's like I don't know, poetry, words. It's words somehow. I'm being shown words as leads, words as crooks together, words that knit and weave, words that there's something about wordsmithery. I mean, the energy that I'm seeing is the Sappho card. So I'm going to do a pat trick. And I'm just going to look for it and see what's either side of it. This could take a while. There's over 150 odd cards. But that's what I'm getting is wordsmithery. Let's just put those ones down because I can't hold that many. Ah, here we go. I put them down and immediately I get the card. So this is the card of Sappho. So this is wordsmith, sensual expression. And it's 33. And what fascinates me about that as a number is it's about the words being in the real world, in the three-dimensional world. The other thing that's interesting about this card, it's also, Sappho is the only asteroid that's named after a real person and not a god or a goddess. And it's either side of two cards. So South Node is where you started from. From the space that you incarnated from, I'm being shown this energy that you've burnt away that frequency. You've transformed yourself, and now you're ready to announce where that's going. And it's coming into Virgo frequency, card 6, coming into a mutable, earthly, balanced frequency that's about distillation. The 6th part of the alchemical process is to distill, to refine. So to condense a lifetime, and you've had a beautiful lifetime, and it's about concentrating. Again, that's this thing about poetry, wordsmithery, concentrating, filtering, not writing like some great long novel to explain everything, but literally extruding and stripping and removing, rarefying, organizing, and finding the pure essence that expresses you somehow. So, that's you, Parry. I think it's about the craft of words, but not necessarily spoken so much, but written. Like they're breadcrumbs. Like a kind of, fairy story. You leave your breadcrumbs of wisdom, of your lifetime's experience, for others to pick up and follow if they can see the trail that you're leaving behind you. So that was lovely. So let's pop that in there. I have to have another little sip of drink to cool me down. The hardest part of doing this is my hips. It's the moments when I feel like I need to just just unblock my hips and just have a little swing. It's in there that it hurts. It's the low bending, because my knees are almost right up by my ears. So, how is everybody? It's a pleasure, Parry. Wassail Angus, green eyes LaFay. Wassail Clarity, Wassail Nicky J. Wassail Spirit Journeys with Sheila. Wassail Amy Gill Kessler, or Jill Kessler. It's because there's Gillingham and Gillingham in Britain. Wassail Harp and Sing, how are you today? Wassail Gustav, Wassail Shala. Wassail Micah Teal. Wassail Once in a Blue Moon. Can't resist that one every time. So let's have another little go. See who's gonna get their reading flow. Before you start putting numbers though, let me have a sip of water. This is iced water. Oh, that's so gorgeous. So let's take the Egyptians. Walk like an Egyptian. Right, you can start putting numbers now, people. 1 to 9. And we'll find what comes. I need to sit sideways again that way. And I need a little bit of a swingle singers. Right, what have we got? 20, which is a 2. So I want the second person to have written 2 in my list. So I need to come a bit nearer. I can't see. Oh, there's not many 2s. There's a 2. Yeti. Oh, no, it's not. It's a 3. Misreading. Wassail Yeti girl. 2. There's 1, which was Dame Virgo Empress. Divine Virgo Empress. Oh, look. It jumped then. And then I don't know whether Divine Virgo Empress wrote it twice. So, Divine Virgo Empress, it's your time. What's under there? What's under there? I feel like I want to begin with the Egyptians. So, still plenty of time, people. We're only 2 hours in. Right, Divine Virgo Empress. 21. Oh my God, 21. It's 9:21 in Sweden, people. Right, we've got 25. Divine understanding of beauty and aesthetics. So, oh, look. 12, which is the reverse of 21. So this one, I think, is about divine assistance. So 25 and 12. I'll just check these out. 25. Oh no, this is the other one. I was muddling this one. This one is actually cheerfulness, and this one is intimacy, I believe. Yeah, nostalgia. A cheerful nostalgia. That's weird. That's not a frequency I can accept. So I feel like there's an energy in your life that you can't accept, because that's what I'm getting. This is a distortion. This doesn't make any sense. I feel like there's something about your spiritual pathway at the moment that is bothering you, and it just doesn't make sense. A cheerful nostalgia is a dangerous frequency. So I'm going to just ask about that to begin with, okay? So, Harbant, you don't need to put numbers at the moment because I'm doing a reading. In a minute, I'll say, now we're going to look at numbers again, and you can put yourself down with the numbers, but it doesn't help writing 9 anymore because I'm not looking for numbers. Cool. So can we please have an understanding? Right there. This has come out upside down for me. There's something about memory and nostalgia that's within you that's not freeing you up, that's hanging around your neck like a millstone. Because the thing about nostalgia is it's intimacy, personal intimacy. But nostalgia, when I saw the word nostalgia bothers me, because nostalgia was originally known as the Swiss disease. And it was the Swiss mercenaries used to go and fight for armies all over the world, but they missed their mountainous alpine homes so much that it was believed they would pine so much that they would die. And that's why the idea of cheerful nostalgia feels like this, like a trap, like a trap is being laid for you and you don't want to step into it. So I'm going to ask the question again, which is, where should you be walking? Because there's definitely a delusion. There's a blind spot within this frequency. It's like, you know, when someone says, oh, you know, I love that band. Do you remember when we were 23 and blah, blah? And that's not your frequency. That's not your truth. So I'm actually just going to go down to the double deck so we can get right into this. I wish this hammock was just a tiny bit taller. So what are your true pathways? Right, there's 2 cards I'm not taking. Where's the other one gone? That's face up. I want them to fall. I need them to fall because, again, there's something about the energy of the cards where I feel like there's an energy of a Loki kind of trickster energy, cold, spiritual cul-de-sac frequency around you. Yeah, look, Aqua Regia. It's like it's about dissolving gold. It's a royal liquid, but it's this energy frequency. I don't want to say being lied to, but there's a blind spot that needs dissolving. There's a blind spot that needs dissolving. Right, so what and how? What and how? Information, please. Okay, again, it's showing me the same frequencies. So it's showing me that you're cradled in a false comfort spiritually. Leafshade is a beautiful energy. And ordinarily, it would come out and it would immediately be read as Yeah, Harbour, you have to stop doing that. You have to stop putting numbers because you will be moved out. I just said to you that you have to be patient. I'm doing someone else's reading at the moment. And the people on here are really willing to help you, but you've got to know that there's lots of other people on here so that we can all, you know, relax and have a nice time together. And it's not fair if you come in and think that it's only about you, because it's about everybody. So, leaf shade. It's this energy of being, you see, it's not deceived. It's a delusion. It's a shade. It's a fog. It's like a Neptunian energy that's across you. And the reason I'm saying ordinarily it's this beautiful, wonderful cradle, but it's coming up with solve, resolve, realize, and waken. It's almost sort of, it's like being in I'm being shown an image of you sleeping beneath a tree, and everything about you is like being in a blissful dream, and you need to wake up from that dream to walk to some other part of a forest, but not a forest, like a clearing. You need to come out of the shade. It's so comfortable. Wherever you are right now, so blissful that it's giving you not nostalgia, but a sense of homesickness, a pining frequency for something that you miss. Yeah, something that you miss. I don't think that it is behind, because when I said don't keep sending the number 9, he did say okay. So I just think that his energy comes on, and it's a little bit erratic sometimes, and that's a frequency I feel like I'm picking up. You know, we can't have erraticness because it interferes with the flow. So let's get into this a bit more, because it's still very cloudy. It's still very... You know, this blissfulness, this need to move, this pining, this homesickness. You see what I'm hearing? I'm hearing that song by Laurel and on a mountain in Virginia stands a lonesome pine. Just below is the cabin home of that little girl of mine. Her name is June, and very, very soon, yeah, a rotten word, she'll belong to me. Get off. So, in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, but it's about a kind of blissful dream, pining for a log cabin and a world and a life that... It's like pining for a life or a dream that's not your truth. Because look, we're talking about Brom has come out, and I'm being told scrub it out, to scrub everything out, because even the sweet dreaming nostalgia at the moment, it's almost like being stuck in a kind of dreamy molasses. And there's something way more amazing for you, but you've got to get your knee, Holly, and scrub and scrub. It's like I want to say like a songline that's been wrapped around you. That's what that song is. That's why it came through. It's an old song that's very intoxicating. This spiritual pathway that you're caught on is really it's like it's a dead song, and yet it's still, if you start singing it, it's got nostalgia to it. And I feel like nostalgia's not your frequency. So let's ask, what are you supposed to do about it? So we've got to the crux of it. It's an old song line. It's the record needs changing. So how do we get there? What does the divine Empress of Virgo need to do? So what do we have? Gibt, Evas, and the hidden element, the blind spot, is the freedom, the borderless frequency. This was the trap. It's not really the trap. It's something that needs to be scrubbed out so that you're no longer stuck in the sticky molasses. So what am I getting from Gift is I'm getting this sense of it's all focusing around this card, which is horse, which is movement. Coming into the season, climbing a mountain. But you can also see this energy of the union, again, this is a shield. It's not that you need protection from your dream. It's almost like you need to bust through to bring, see how this is hard? It needs to be broken. It needs to be made porous. So how do you do that? How do you make something? It's like the boundaries of the space around you, that hold you in this blind spot, this fog, needs to be perforated. So how do you perforate it? I need to understand. How does the perforation, how does the breaking free, that's interesting. Right, there's an energy of scattering. I mean, really, I've never had cards scatter in so many different directions, different layers. This is a complex issue, but it begins with the energy of Moon in Libra, ease. This energy of a bladder, kidneys is what I'm being drawn to. Neptune, you need to look at where Neptune is in your birth chart. Neptune's right now at home in Pisces. So if ever there's a time for something to move forwards, it's now. And this is 14. Bringing in an energy of change, to clear the fog. Now, I need to just put these cards together so they don't blow away. The next card that came together is Moon in Taurus and to be purged. There's something about you have to purge this nostalgia, this fixed frequency that you're caught living in. And it's not wrong. It's just it's like a song. It's like you've been trapped in a song line, trapped in a frequency that's holding it's like it's holding back your dreams, and your dreams somehow need to translate into your life, and they're not able to do that in the right way. I can hear the hummingbird, but I can't see it. That's that same thing of a blindness. So the reason this one's interesting is because, look, there it is. The perforations is purging things that don't belong. That hummingbird wants our attention, but it's not visible. So I'm going to go to the other cards and see if they contain the story, and then the hummingbird will appear visually. So these cards have come in pairs backing each other. So this is one pair, and this is the other pair. Might need to go that way. So Aquavita, travel. House 9, moderation, dangerous remedy, law of unintended consequences. So this is really the frequency of the nostalgia. It's no remedy. And actually the nostalgia, the thinking backwards, the love of this, you know, like that song, you know, the familiarity of the old, almost in a way, it's almost like the energies of the tunes of your past lives are so strong that they're not allowing you to move forwards. So, and they're powerful past lives that you're aware of somehow. And then I want to move to this, because this is where the interest is. 656. This is the frequency of change. There's power. I want to say like dark power. It's like the energy of having a big build-up of planets. A sign like Scorpio, or a sign like Capricorn. What other sign am I thinking? No, I think Capricorn and Scorpio are the energies I'm getting. It's like when there's a big build-up of power. This is real, coming across as the energy that's so powerful that that's why you're trapped in these song lines. Because if you were to connect to your dark moon Lilith frequency, or your power, your magic, your shadow side, it would be too powerful. So you're trapped, caught in these frequencies to stop you accessing this energy until you somehow learn how to filter it down, to bring it into the earth in a kind of balance. That's the frequency I'm getting, that you're wrapped in a nostalgia to stop you waking up to your truth. That's why you're in the woodlands, dozing under the leaf shade. It's because you're almost a fire that might burn the entire forest if it's not sort of held gently and sensibly. Because the aquavita is ethanol. It's something that's a remedy. Your power is your remedy, but it could be a dangerous power. So let's just see, what do you need to do about it? I think that having talked recently to Reem about a similar frequency, it is about how you have to learn to embrace it gently. I am sensing there's an immense power, and I don't mean evil. That's not what I mean. Dark energies, chaotically beautiful energy that can swirl and create things. But it just needs to be, controlled because it's strong. It's like Kali Ma frequency. It destroys for love. And that's, you know, it's easier just to create for love. But to bring the energy of destroying for love to remove discomforts is a much more powerful frequency. So what have we got, please, to end this fascinating reading? Well, we've got one down here, which I'm sure was many paths. There's many paths that lead to you. They're showing me this as you've almost got to identify each of the past lives. Like, I kind of want to say there's 7 past life experiences that you've had. Not necessarily all here, but there's 7 past life energies that you need to learn about each one so that you can put it in its box. Because they're part of the nostalgia that's holding back your power. They're like an energy that's been put there deliberately to allow you to earn that power, to learn that power. So, put those there so they don't blow away. Yeah, it's interesting. So look, you've got Spirit, Owl. I feel like you're being watched while you're in that frequency. Oh, your life path number is 7. You're being watched. You're being held static by Spirit. Because I want to say your power is strong. So, it's interesting. It ends with 7 as well. Oh, I'll get there. You've got the sun. Your light, the light is being used to block your dark. Your dark is where your power is. And it's time for that light. It's like, I want to say it's like dark light. Because the most amazing light comes from within a black hole. It's a purer form of light. It's not just the light that illuminates the world. And then you end with making space for you and your light. And that's the mirror. You put to bed these 7 past lives, and then you will make space for you and your power, your light. So that's it. There's power in them their lives, but there's a falseness around a kind of safety of nostalgia that your past lives are playing into you because of the frequency you have within you. So let's pop all these cards back. And I'm going to have a sip of water. So I hope that made sense for you. And anyone else that wants to connect with their power, I would say particularly people that have stelliums, lots of big planets in Scorpio and Capricorn. I think that was a really important reading about understanding a little of your power. You know, I've got a stellium in Scorpio. There was a really big bumblebee just came in there, but it didn't join the camera. If I could have had the camera around the other way, the natural world you could have seen out there would have been incredible. Popping all them back. I'll have a sip of the old water. I need to put these back too. Just needed to look at that card on the top, why it kept trying to get out. It was Needlevilliers. So let's go down there. Let's have sip of water. Don't you go writing numbers yet, people. Not yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put. So I'm going to pop in the word start in a minute, and I will count the numbers from after I've put start. So remember, it works like this. You put the numbers down between 1 and 9. I'll shuffle a deck of cards. We'll find the number. If it's 8, I will take the 8th 8. If there's only 5 8s, we'll count down. But I know all of you, I might have to put a stop signal in and only count what comes before the stop. So you may start with your numbers. Hummingbirds returned. Oh, I can see it now. Then it dipped away. So you're putting numbers. I'm not watching. I'm just gonna, before I start shuffling, I'm just gonna put in stop, but I'm not putting it there yet. It's ready. So I'm only taking the numbers between start and stop. Ooh, I know what number that is. So, stop. So, it's 28. And 2 and 8 is a 10, and that makes a 1. And so now this is where you find out that whoever puts 1 in first is the very first number. I believe it is Crown Shinness. I'm just going to check that I haven't misread a 7 for a 1. Right, so it does look as though it's Crown Shinness. So, Crown Shinness, this is your personal reading. Don't worry, people. We're only on 2.5 hours. We've got ages yet. Going to begin with the Odin Crown Shinness. Oh, I might just need to stand up. Oh, I might just have to do a reading standing for a minute because my legs. Just needed to get them straight for a minute. And I'm moving around. Yeah, I'm going to have a bit of water. Oh, look. Hang on. Your first card is Ephemera, which is absolutely beautiful. But I think the hummingbird's there. Let's go and see the hummingbird. I hope I can get the... It's just here. I don't know if you can see. Oh, look, there it goes. Tiny. It's like about 5 centimeters. I don't know if you can see it. It's just there. There it goes. It's on that flower. I don't know if you can see it. Now I can find out whether you can see it, because you can tell me. Could you see the hummingbird? Carbon, no more numbers. We did the numbers. We did the numbers. Oh, you couldn't. It was a nice try, exactly. Let me just plug the computer back in. Right, so we're beginning with Elfamir. This is Elven ring frequency. This is really profoundly high frequency. It's interesting, you're called Crown Shinness, and yet this is the place where your thread of consciousness connects. Right, we've got another one. It's down on the floor. Oh, this is elven magic. This is beautiful energy. Gonna have to sit down for this. Sorry. Too exciting. I can't even reach the screen. Hello. This is elven magic. Elven light magic. The Volva and the Elfamir. Heavenly magic coming in. Cool. Sorry, I'm reading you, Crown Shinness. So, Elfamir and the Volva on William Vey. This is the hummingbird. This is magic returning to your world. And I was very clear then about saying your world, because I went to say the world and they were like, no, your world. That doesn't mean only Crown Shinness, but it means the world of those willing to engage in the world of magic. This is very much sprites in trees. This is undines, water sprites. It's the world of mythology, pixies, elves. It's elven magic. It's that heavenly magic frequency that's coming through, and it's coming to a world near you. Okay, so I feel like we could do with some tarot. We haven't had a lot of tarot. So we'll take the Thoth. Oh, hello. There's a couple of Thoth cards going the wrong place. I need a little bit of drink of water. Yes, people, you can, thank you, Sheila. You can support me on PayPal. I keep all of my readings free. I only do my readings here on YouTube, and they're freely available to everyone. And even if I'm doing you a private reading now, you don't have to pay for it. You know, donations are donations. you can afford to donate, you donate. And if you can't, it doesn't matter. The important thing is to keep all the messages free, because I remember a time when I had no money and I needed messages from readers, and that was the only way I could get messages. So, oh, that's interesting. One card the wrong way up. Was closing in the deck so that there was nothing on show of the message, and it was the moon. It's not part of the message, it's just this energy of the deck closing off, because we're dealing with really beautiful energy, and I went off on one about donations, and so the energy of the deck just closed in on me, and I'm going to reinvigorate it for this message. So, this wonderful, 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 wonderful heavenly elven magic that's returning to a world near you. What's it about? So, what is it about? It's about a journey of completion. This is the Four of Wands. This is the energy of a healing, but of a home healing, of an energy. You see, I am getting that energy again of the 1st of April. This new moon in Aries has got a lot happening. It's like these energies now, at the end of this year, these energies from the 29th of December are when all this new mystical, wonderful, esoteric veils of magic and threads are being woven out there, and it's freely available, but you have to focus on the aspect that you require in the next 6 months. Yeah, it's true. The moon card is where magic begins, because it's behind the veil. What's interesting here is we've got 5, 3, 3, 5, and it's both swords, and they're the 8 of swords. They're coming across as the frequency of the interference that stops you seeing this magic. So it's heartache and ostracizing in terms of like feeling defeated, self-ostracization. Is that such a word? It's like a distortion between the blood frequencies and the thought frequencies. They're not in union. The stories that your life holds within, there's a lot of Akashic stuff at the moment. Your blood has water, and so your blood contains sacred Akashic memories. But there's something about them not lining up with your thoughts. They're not meeting your story fully. And there's something about the interference, the restriction. It's a restriction on love. It's a restriction on partnership. It's a restriction on sharing the world with another and having a happy home. But it's changing. That's what it was. That's what it's been forever. That frequency. This is elven magic bringing an end to that distortion, that Saturn in Libra, that restriction on finding a divine partnership. And then this one is sorry, I'm just curious because we've got Virgo here. Sorry, Venus. There's something about the pathway of Venus. Because Venus doesn't move into Aquarius until March. And I was getting the energy of March. I was getting the 5th of March, but she's still not in there then. That wasn't the point. And then Venus in Aries. I need to check those, but it's got something to do with the progress of Venus. This energy, this is a love frequency. This is a higher heart frequency. So let me look. It's the return of magic. I'll go with this deck. A return of magic. I just want to say as an aside, just because I just noticed Gustav's name and someone saying, I think, thank you to him. Something. I wanted to thank everybody that did send me some donations yesterday. So thank you for that. So this new Elven magic, this energy of a greater equilibrium of partnerships, a happy home, sharing a life, moving on, Venus being in there. There's an energy I'm getting of Venus and Pluto, this energy of a transformation, of a realization. Relationships merging. 29, Juno, Queen of Marriage. I'm not saying you've all got to get married. And then solar eclipse, 30th of April. So again, we're constantly being pulled into this energy of April, but the energy of the whole of the period of the first 3 months of next year becomes a growing ground where things develop, where things change. It's almost they're saying the first 3 months are working through the pain to re-establish. By the 5th month, when Jupiter moves out, that's when you defeat the energy and you get this completion. But the main body of the completion takes place in the spring. It takes place in as dew in April that falleth on the flower. It came also still as dew in April. It's like something in the natural world that you can't observe because it's so calm. It's such a beautiful energy that it's like being awestruck, but at first you can't sense it. That's this energy. So we've got onwardness coming into the present, but it's like coming into the present in April. Why is April so important? Why is April so important? Why is April so important to the magic? Why is April so important to the magic? So, we're coming to the present in April. We've got Virgo. It's the distillation. It's condensing. It's the time at which the pure essence of this Elven magic, the Elfamir and the Volva, returns. it's the point at which it refines the energy frequency that's been building, refines, and it delivers pure essence of Elven light, the Lithruma. And that's 13 frequency. That's the busting out energy. So it's a heart awakening. I'm being shown this. That's so interesting. So look, the 3 swords. 1, bendy sword, bendy sword. Meeting the heart. 1, bendy sword, another sword. It's the point at which the pains go away. April. It came also still as due in April. So I just need to know, because I'm like that, does this mean that love is returning in a way that we've never experienced it before? Yeah. All that toxic emotions, all this pain, all of the heartaches of more than just relationships that have gone bad, all the pains of life, all the toxicity of life dissolves if you can connect with the Elven energy in April and get a kind of sense of, there is this sense where I keep being shown there's been like a sort of a time lock on emotional and divine masculinity existing in its truest frequencies. So there's some kind of energy in April where the Elven light recharges, refuels, something to do with being allowed to flow through molecules differently. Yeah, the new moon in Aries is on the 1st of April. And then the new moon in Taurus is the 30th of April, and that's a lunar eclipse. And there's something about, having just done the moon phases, there's something very monumental that happens as the moon does its 28-day, 29-day cycle towards a lunar eclipse. It brings a whole new series of energies. So that's your reading, Crown Shinness. Connecting to your Elven creatures, the magic of the world, to bring an end to a level of toxicity that hurts most people. And if you want to tap into that reading, the magic returns towards you. But you have to embrace it. Deo gratias, Deo gratias. And it was for an apple that he took, for crackers finden, written in the book. Deo gratias. Right, I nearly pull the cards back. And then we'll play the number game. So we won't do it until I put start and then I put stop. I'm extending my rules. I'm going to have a drink of water as well. So, how was that, Crown Shinness? Oh, I'm glad. Thank you. So, I'm going to have a drink. I'm typing the word start, but you can't start yet. You can't start till you see me type start. It just makes it easier because then I can work out, because my name comes up in yellow. I need a wee, but never mind. I'll manage. So here we go. I'm pressing start, and you can start putting your numbers. And in a minute, I'll put stop. So numbers between 1 and 9 if you want a personal reading. Numbers between 1 and 9, 1, 1, 1 and 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 3, 5, 2, 6, 8, 9. It's 8. Stop. It's 8. It's the 8 of Swords. So I am going to look between the start and the stop. So there's start. Can anyone explain the rules again? Sorry. Yes, the rules, Gustav, are you type a number and then I pull a card, so it's 8. And now I'm going to look for the 8th name between those two start and stop buttons that said 8. So Secret Soul Service News was 1. Healing Hands is 2. Scorpio Sun is 3. Healing Hands is 4. Once in a Blue Moon is 5. Once in a Blue Moon is 6. Shalala Radio Lady is 7. And Scorpio Sun is the winner as the 8th 8. So if it was 5, it would be the 5th 5. It's just a way of doing it. No rhyme or real reason. It's a lottery and it's fun. So Scorpio Sun. Scorpio Sun. Scorpio Sun. Yay! So, I'm going to start you on shamanics. So, actually, I'm just going to give them a little bit of a movement. So, now I'm going to tune into Scorpio Sun, but this still could be your message. So, dear magic is you call in the frequencies of a prediction that suit your life. So, what does that say? I'm not taking that yet. I'm going to do another rifle. Small of my back does start to get a little bit achy, sitting on this hammock because it's so low. I might have to sit in a chair for a little bit, just for a moment, just to change my frequency. Hope it can hold my weight. Never sat in one before. There we go. Just have a little sit up. Oh, it's quite nice. My Harband, we've done the numbers. It's finished. You either need to refresh your feed so that you're live. I mean, the thing is, Harband, you know, the comments, wherever you write, you can see that I've written start and stop, even if you're on a different part of the video. Anyway. Scorpio Sun. Scorpio Sun, Scorpio Sun. What's going on, Scorpio Sun? Scorpio Sun. Scorpio Sun. Right, you've got a really powerful, sticky ancestor. Okay? So you've got, it's really powerful frequencies though. It's the Ghost Dance 22 and Sacrifice 44. Now this card, 44, for me, always represents letting go of an ancestral line or an ancestor. Just show you those again. There's one other card that came with it. Thunder. It's like this. I want to say the energy of this ancestor thunders in. It's like a really profound energy that keeps knocking you off your direction. We need to know what they want and why they're doing this. Because this is like constantly being bowled over by their will or by their messaging or by their, you know, like knocking on your door or whatever it is. It's like being haunted by an ancestor and you got to let go of them. But you can only do that if you know why the hell they're there. So let's going with the Egyptians on this. Wassail, Miss Mary Berry. Right, I feel like they're hiding. Because the card flipped and stayed in the deck, like they don't want to be shaken out. It's card 15, which I'm sure has got something to do with vigilance. Vigilance. A decisive investigation. Right, so it's vigilance. It's like they're hiding from the vigilance that we're about to give them. It's almost like just unmasking them is enough to change the way they behave. So, interesting, the moon's got on the bottom of this deck again. Opening with the wish card, the moon and the wish card in a split. Are you someone that's ever done, Scorpio Sun, have you ever done sorry, someone's comment just took my attention there. Don't drive and do the internet. You might run somebody down. Sorry, that's not your message. Just driving is enough. Even Tesla's turned off computers from his cars. Do you do genealogy? Do you have a family tree, Scorpio Sun? Okay, so is there anybody in your family tree who's born either on the 1st of a month? I really want to say on the 1st of May. It doesn't matter if they're not, because I think the message is coming across to me that this is someone on your mother's side, only because this spirit that's hiding, I'm being shown the 1st of May, and that's my own mother's birthday. And so I'm thinking, you just said you don't know the completion on your mother's side. So there must be a message from an ancestor that's very powerful on your mother's side. Yeah, no, I don't think it's actually your mum and dad. I think it's another ancestor on your mother's side. So, Mama Jama, the 5th of May here in Mexico, lots of roads are named after it. It's an important day in their history. We've got the 3 of Swords. We've got this energy of heartache, the pain in this person. And then we've got 3 other cards. Right, this is kind of the prophecy. We're going to look into them a bit more in a moment. But what we've got, yeah, it could be a great somebody. But it's on the mother side of the family. I mean, I trace my great-grandfather times 8. It's a toxicity that's somehow attached to you that needs to be released. And it will be. Because we're getting card 6 and card 21. We're getting the idea of co-creation and a completion. And I am seeing this as, for the first time ever, as an energy retreating. It's an energy that's retreating, an energy being let go of. I want to sneeze, like getting the germ out of my system, the ghost, the gremlin in your body. I wish I could sneeze now. That was really strong in my nose, that need to sneeze. So I'm going to go to the shamanic deck. I actually feel like I need to know about them, and I need ancestral Neptune frequency. There's a very kind of scalding frequency to those bells. I like there's another spirit. There's another spirit, not just this one. There's this spirit that's attached, and there's another spirit that's kind of telling them to back off. So, right, we have Wartegafal. This is to dissolve. This is divine dissolution. I feel like this ancestor is avoiding moving on. It's really interesting. I just saw a parakeet in yellow zoom by, and it made me think of the rainbow card. So this ancestor's been hanging around. What did they do? Just come on, tell us about this ancestor. Why are they frightened to move forwards? Why are they frightened to move forwards? Why are they frightened to move forwards? I know this feels a little bit weird, and sometimes when I get messages, you just kind of, it's a bit of a public forum, but I think they took something from somebody else. There's an energy of really weird, sort of, the card came out and it just went, you thieving bastard, in my head. But it's not as simple as that. I think they took something they believed was theirs. Like, it's like one of those moments when, and this could be an echo energy that keeps coming through. It's like House 8, Scorpio Sun. House 8 can be the energy. We talk about it as sex, taxes, and death. But it can also represent the frequency of something money or possession or inheritance that you expected but never got. And I feel like this ancestor that won't go into the light took something which they felt was theirs. Only it wasn't in law. And it doesn't matter somehow. I don't even think it was to do with law. I just think I'm getting that sense of feeling ostracized. What did they do? Come on. I'm getting a sense of changing identity. I'm getting that sense as well of, like, I've got rust. Oh, is that? And I've got moon in Taurus. I feel like this person, and it's interesting, we've got 5454, soluble sensuality. I am getting, this is an energy of an older ancestor, generations back, who was, it's a very difficult frequency. It's like they were, like maybe a servant that was made pregnant by somebody who was their owner, and somehow their child was denied an inheritance. I keep seeing like being transported to Australia, but I also see this person changing their identity and returning to take back what they felt was theirs. And in many ways, it should have been, but the law said no. And the law was used against. I feel like the energy of the person trying to draw them back is the child. Okay, let's see what else I get, Scorpio Sun. Okay, you see, I mean, I was saying Australia at first, but then I was getting the energy of colonies, being transported to the colonies. But there's something in this energy that's kind of like half a false accusation that wasn't true, and then finding some way to take back something, and then that was also not a full truth, the distortion. But it's something about, we just need to know this story somehow so that they can go back, so that they can just find peace and go into the light. What can we do? What can be done? What needs to be understood? Magnet, it's another 9. We're getting this energy of divine frequency a lot. This is referring to, though, the way in which there was this attraction across classes, across... I definitely feel like the ancestor had no status, but they were given status by another, and it all was conspired. And there's an energy of this rust. It's like being totally loved and then thrown away because you've become older, but so would the person they were in love with. And then there's this sense of being sent away. But there's an energy of coming back to take something back. And I feel like something went wrong, and maybe, I feel like maybe somebody died and they feel guilty for the death. Like a fire. So it's a very different energy. Well, yeah, Miss Mowbray, in many ways that is what it sort of feels like. 4111. Needle, mend this. And then we've got Aquarius. Aquarius is when you magnify, boost in power, and make ready for something. It's like now is the time. So they're showing me this energy of house 8, this frequency of an inheritance of this ancestor. It's gone very dark. That's a bit better. That this ancestor feels is still unresolved. And it's that energy of understanding that some things are of a time, and that even if you could go to some place and discover the ancestry that links back to this, and the notion of an inheritance that was never given, you would still find at the moment that legally it wouldn't be real, but that ancestor can't let go of that. But there's something about you acknowledging that their journey that somehow caused pain, not just to them, but they externalized the pain, and it hurt others somehow ultimately, and they didn't ever mean that. That wasn't their energy, but it was being criminalized, being valueless, created an anger. I feel it is an anger, and it's an anger where they don't want they don't know how to accept the love of spirit. It's like the child could come and say, it's time to come into the light. And the anger in this, it's thunderous. It's powerful, wronged energy, like a divine fury. And yet, there's a completion coming through you. So we need to just ask, how do you do this? What do you need to do to bring this to an end? Because you do. I can see the ending. So how does Scorpio Sun resolve this? How does Scorpio Sun resolve this? How does Scorpio Sun resolve this? It's a very angry ghost, but it's a ghost that suffered pain. I understand that pain. How does Scorpio Sun resolve this? To Coyote, I am getting that sense of, again, as you said, Native American ancestry. There's a divine detour that's been affecting you. I think that's it. Whatever they did, whatever their story, it's not fully true. I suspect in the end they probably burnt a house down that they couldn't inherit. Because if they couldn't have it, no one was having it. And someone died. And it's a painful truth. We've got lightning, we've got this pain. The sword is here in their soul, in their ghost, and that needs removing. And I think that the way you have to do it is you have to say to them, I'm getting 1, 2, 3, a natural progress. Oh, look, this is interesting. They're showing me these together. 1, 2, 3, 0. So no healing, 5, 6. There's a progression that has no sense of healing. No one's offering this ghost the healing. The healing is moving on, but you have to tell the ghost that their presence, their fears, their desire to resolve, mend, can only happen if they step into the light, because otherwise it's creating a sorrowful distortion around you, a restriction on your energies. Okay. And then it's complete. It's so beautiful, and it's the divine 9 again. It's coming, but you have to tell the ancestor. I don't think you even knew the ancestor would have been there before. So that's really interesting. I do really feel that you just have to talk with them. You have to acknowledge them. You also have to acknowledge the unfairness in their existence. And then you have to somehow be able to remind them that their inability to move on is kind of holding up other reincarnations for other people that would reincarnate with them in a new and exciting journey. And you have to say to them, it's time for them to let go of their fear and to show them that they're loved, that moving into the light is the right decision. Co-creating with spirit will draw them back to the universe, because whatever you do in life, we're always forgiven. We're always reset in the frequency of pure love, because the distortions that we experience in the physical world are because of our DNA, because of the ghosts of ancestry. And it's sometimes not for us to sacrifice the transformation, but it's for the ancestors to sacrifice the transformation. So I hope that helps. It's really about you opening, honoring, acknowledging, and asking to dream life with them. Yeah, love does always win, because when we leave our bodies, we're just pure love consciousness. As we started out, we get returned to it. You go to a kind of place, like a healing crystal frequency cave, and people sing the tones to remove the traumas, and you all end up laughing about all the terrible things you did. Look, here's the hummingbird with the red tail. Oh, and a red parakeet. I feel like that's still part of your message there, Scorpio Sun. Oh my God, I love that. Hummingbird. So, that's another little reading done. Now, before you all get too excited and think you're going to start doing numbers, I'm actually going to do... Oh, hang on, I've put those cards down. I'm going to have a drink, and I'm actually going to do a reading for Eve, because Eve has always been the most fantastic and supportive and loving moderator on my channel. And for some reason, I just noticed that she wanted a past life reading. So let's do it. Let's tell everyone. That's if you don't mind everyone knowing some life you've led before, Eve. Yeah, listen, in the course of this week, I'm going to do all my moderators as I do these different readings, because I'm going to try and do these on and off for the next few days until the new year. Let's have a sip of water. Might have to go back to swinging in the seat. It feels too rigid. I feel like I need to swing back in time. So let's put that there. Let's pull that forward. Let's get rid of this chair. Let's get back in the hammock of time. Oh, look, I've gone really small again. Hooray! So, Eve, are you ready? So, I feel like, right, I knew I needed to pick up Jumanjics. Bottom of the deck is magic, and I feel like that's what we're going to connect to. Some kind of world of magic. So absolutely. You were a man, Eve. You were a magic man, a shaman, maybe. Let's see anyway. Yeah, it's the pink hammock of time. A magical, luminous warrior. Let's see. It might not be that at all. Why not till the reading begins? But I feel like all of the people that have been working as moderators to help me out, oh look, are such beloved people. Eve. It's like all the magic cards. Eve! We're stepping backwards through the personal Yggdrasil trees, through the cosmic Yggdrasil tree, to find out about Eve. I want to say, I know I'm dealing in this, but I'm getting a very, very Nordic frequency coming through. And I'm not going to pick up the Nordic deck at the moment. I feel like it's weird. I feel like we're about to get an energy of two things. One, which is you, and one which is like the energy of what you wore, like, I mean, an energy mantle. There's something, oh yeah, it's interesting. So, what do you want to tell us about Eve? Ooh. Oh my God, I want to say this is dark. I've got, oh my God. Right, Eve. The first card showing up is Lower World. This was dark sorcery. Shadow sorcery. Yeah. This is, look, it's dark sorcery, but it's not wicked. That's the whole point. It's, I feel like the energy that I'm picking up is not you, but the mantle at the moment. I think you in this energy, look, there's two cards down here. They landed on my feet. My feet are, the soles of my feet are together while I've been shuffling with my legs open. And these two cards landed on my feet. And I immediately heard Kiss My Feet. I heard this energy of you. It's like you in this shadow sorcery. There was a sense of people worshipping you, but I don't mean like, you know, some, you know, grand king or whatever. I just mean back in a time, you know, like in Norse mythology, you know, you could have been a farmer, but you would have had slaves. You had people that had to gather at your feet, that had to be, this is this frequency. It's definitely an energy of, look, the thing is, it's got two cards, and I don't know quite how to explain them, but they're 2-1-1-1. We've got 3-1. 5-3, and this is 2-1-1-1, but they're in a reversal form. So it's a really, that is a really interesting energy, because I feel like this was a divinely intended. Well, look, you know, all of our incarnations are divinely intended, but there was something about Elfamir. There's something about the frequency of the elves. And that's what this lower world is like, is about. The lower world is the place where the elves create the magic. And there's something in this energy, Eve, that's about it's like being revered, but there's also something about a deep, esoteric, I feel like a book came to you. That's the energy. I wish I had the Lenormand cards here. I feel like there was scripture. There was stuff that you learned, incantations, galdeers, that connected you to a mantle that was elven. And it was elven light. But there's something about this light that allowed you to go into the dark or to see into the dark spaces beneath the Yggdrasil. So let's just move into these. Yeah, thanks, Sheila. You need to refresh your feed. We're not doing numbers. Don't push numbers. Who's doing numbers? Who's doing numbers? You need to get your feeds refreshed. Otherwise, Dark Eve's coming for you because she's reconnecting. Right, so Eve, we've got a little slow rifle going on there. This is the runes and the alchemy of astrology. So, we need some more information about this incarnation of Eve. I'm getting like not the energy of Iceland, but the energy of the Faroe Islands, and also the energy of like Iona in Scotland. I'm getting like the energy of not large places, but small places. And I also am getting the energy of financing. And I don't know whether that's with coinage, but somehow creating exploration. I feel a lot like, you know, the seer eye. So anyway, I've got two piles. Let's see what we've got. Oh, hang on, because I saw. Yeah, this is the interesting part. So this is why it's seer eye. 040, Eve, you got the seed, the void, the Gununga gap. So this is this connection, and then the gathering of energies within the earth, the space between the heaven and the earth, the seed of, I like the sacral, and the sacral's in here somewhere. The U, the sacral, 13 frequency. U 0 to 13, we keep getting that number 0 to 13. So you were capable of putting your mind with this energy mantle. I'm going to ask whose mantle is in a minute, if it doesn't come out. But you were like a seer, but that's what's so weird about this. The seers were women. And this is there's something very controlling and very strong, but there's something about this frequency, as I said, of like Iona or something. Maybe it's an energy frequency when Norse mythology was beginning to transfer into Christianity. Because what I'm getting is, look, dreams. This is filter. This is to take frequencies that are within this. Do you see? Look, it's even there. And you're taking what's necessary as a hook. It's almost like, it's like that energy frequency when we talk about how the word hell came from the Norse goddess Hel, and the Christians turned it into the mythology of a Christian hell with Satan. I really feel, oh, did I say book earlier and scripture? That's what you did. You wrote the bloody book in Norse. So you took what was Norse mythology and you understood how to pull the frequency from within, literally from within the Gununga gap. You understood how, because it was your original culture. You must have had some kind of epiphany as you moved through something. And then I want to say there is a link with the church in Iona in some form, and the Faroe Islands. Maybe you were born on the Faroe Islands and you moved to Iona, but you understood the energy of all the runes. You understood the power behind the runes, Eve. And in whatever life this was, you wrote early Christian scriptures in Norse. So, and then ideas, passions. You look, it's no different. It's just taking the Gununga gap and transforming it slightly, taking the ideas and creating something new with them. It's all hidden within the All Rune. It's all hidden within the knowledge of what you did. But for some, it's seen as a very lower world frequency. So we've got your mirror, 1341. It's like you rewrote hell, you know, to make it more light, that energy. But it's no different. It is dark sorcery in many ways because it was picking over the pieces. It's not wrong. It's just something that happened. But I feel like I'm not following what you're saying, even. I think I should be, but maybe I shouldn't. I just need to go with what's happening. So we've now got, this is your life. That was what you became. That was the mantle, you know, and I almost want to say it's the mantle of a writer, of a script writer, is to have someone. I early on felt like there was an energy of Odin, but it could be like Odin of the quill. I don't know. I don't understand that part. I think that the mantles are things that only we understand. But to me, this energy here, Capricorn, fermentation, putrefaction, to you, there's something to do with, at the time, the religion, the frequency of Iceland, of the Faroe Isles, I don't know, was putrefying. I'm being shown how they were dying back. Life was becoming difficult. there was a sense that the mythology of the Norse wasn't holding life. Frequencies were gathering around, and within you understood the need to reclothe, ferment, to sort of energize old beliefs and disguise them. That was your job. You were to disguise them in the new Christian morality that was shaping up in that part of the world. I am seeing this energy of the treelessness as being part of the frequency. You know, they just used all the wood. They'd had sheep, and the sheep had eaten all the new wood that was growing. And so it became like a barren energy that it either rotted away entirely, or it was saved through reclothing old notions in new philosophies. So, and then you've got, it's so interesting because this is like a Christian cross. It's a punctuation mark that's used in the runes, and it is willful resistance. And there is something about it that's running into resistance, constantly running into resistance, and having to find the way in which to hide truths in new clothes. That's what it's to do with. And it's not like speaking out, it's like writing out. It's like bringing something into different energy. So now look, let's go to Odin and the Nine Realms, Eve. Let's go to Odin and the Nine Realms. It's interesting that I've just seen Baldur's light. There's something about Baldur that has that frequency of Christ light. So, Hagal. It is Hagal. It is to weather something, to push through, but they're actually showing me it as hell. They're showing me it as hell. I feel like you looked at the world in which the Norse religion was beginning to fade, to fail, to not nurture any longer, and you knew that it was a dark place and the light needed to return, and the only way to bring the light was to bring a new light. But you definitely did it in Norse, in runic language. Alphamere. It was almost like, for that time, it was the will of heaven, the will of the Elven ring, that nothing is forever, things are in cycles, and yet we can return to that energy now. It's a cycle. So one last bit to Eve, one last bit for Eve. Yeah, it has got the energy of the Andean cross. I'm actually, the card that fell out is Elks, which is protection, and it's heavenly protection. It's an energy that comes down to look after you, but it's also got the energy of destiny. So that life was a deeply protected. So they're re-showing me the energy now of the feet. Gathering at the feet. It's the sense of worship. It was worshipping the words. Worshipping the words. But you were still an affluent person. But I feel like the farm, the homestead, that you had in the Faroe Islands was dying. The world around you was dying, and you were inspired through an epiphany to shift and change and adapt and maintain the lives of those around you. It's what you did. So there you go, Eve. Who knew? That was exciting. I like that. Thank you. I enjoyed tuning into that story. Thank you. Oh, is your energy cutting out the stream? I'm sorry, people. I'm so sorry. I can't do anything about it. It could be my end. It could be your end. It could be the between ends. Well, I'm really glad, Eve, and thank you so much for being an ever moderator. So I'm just popping these back, and then we will play another numbers game, people. Another numbers game, people. I can hear a little bit of a salsa going on in the distance. It seems on Sunday everyone likes to play very loud music and have a nice party. So I had lunch before I started, but now that's 4 hours later. Got a little bit of a hunger coming on me. So I think I'm going to use this deck. Don't start your numbers until I write start, because then we have a space for them. S-T-A-R-T. Okay, so here are the rules. You write a number between 1 and 9. I shuffle the cards. A card will come out. And I will count. Sorry, I started reading somebody's thing when I'm trying to do the rules. Don't put the numbers yet. You won't get them. Sorry, April. So if it's like 5, as April's put, I will choose the 5th person that said 5. If it's 7, I would choose the 7th person that said 7. Obviously, if it's number 1, I will choose the first person that said number 1. So that's always a goodie to get in early, but only if the card matches number 1. Okay, so yes, thank you, Sheila. If you can support me, it's very beautiful. And if you can't, it doesn't matter. So it's paper me rusting around. Anyway, so numbers starting from now. There's your start button. And in a minute, I will write stop when I've shuffled the cards. I'm just giving you all time to chuck some numbers in. And we will see what gives, what number comes out the deck. I'm going to rifle them while you all shout numbers down. Whoa! Bloody hell! The speed of them numbers, people. Interesting. So I'm going to say stop. No numbers after the stop point. I need to now put it back to the start point. Oh gosh, there's so many of you. So the number is 13 or 4. So there's Meek Teal on 4. That's the first one. I've got Schminka on 4 as the second one. The third 4 is Schninka. I can't really read that very well, but if it is you that wins, it is because you've put it down a few times. So I need to look really close to see how I say your name. Shinatka. You are the winner with 4, the full 4. So yeah, I will just say, if I did do you a reading yesterday, I'm not going to do you a reading again today. That's just greedy. You know, if you want to be greedy, you got to be sneaky. You got to come in with a different name. Right, I don't know if I want to start with this one. So, Wassail, tell us. Yes, Shinitka. I feel like I want to start with just straight in with this double deck. Are you in Paris? Ooh la la! Bonjour! Mon ami, oh man, mammy, man, ami, I don't know how you say my friend in the feminine. Right, we're beginning with Ignite, the water meadow. Le champ d'eau. There's a bit of a big spillage going on down here. Right, I'm gonna. Oh, interesting. So, 222. Well, it is 222, but it's also an 8-6. But the point is, it's house 2. It's possessions. It's like I want to say you're having. Yeah, we're not doing it in French. I just needed to say champ d'eau, the fields of water. I know they're not really a meadow. There's another word for meadow, and I do know it, but I can't remember it. So, Ignite the water meadow, 22. But this isn't about igniting the water meadow. That's what's so interesting. It's about containing the water meadow, distilling, securing, and intensifying. I want to say this feels a little bit like you're in an energy at the moment where you kind of are losing things. It's almost like the energy of Lecce. There's an emotional bleed going on, but it's not emotions. It's a possessional bleed. There's an energy where you're literally, you know, like I don't know, you just about earn some money or something, and then there's this frequency where a bill will appear and you have to shed the money again, or you know, your car, you take it to be fixed and it's so broken you don't know what to do. So there's an energy of like not being able to hold possessions within your soul somehow. Harband, refresh your link. Also, we don't use number 10. You've sat here loads of times. I'm beginning to feel like you're taking the piss. I have to be really honest with you. And I'm not happy with it. You either stop doing it now or I'll block you. I've never asked for number 10. It's between the numbers of 1 and 9. And I am really beginning to pick up on the energy that you're playing a wind up on me. And yet I really don't want that to happen. We're meant to be here enjoying each other's company and enjoying the readings. And actually, if you can't play the game nicely, when everyone has been so kind to you, I'll block you. Okay? Be good. Yeah, exactly. It is the last chance before being blocked, because there is a little part of my energy that keeps making me wonder whether you're Anatosh and that you're just trying to wind me up because we're having a nice time. I don't know, Ashutosh rather. So I don't know, but I'm just, there's something that's clanging inside my head. So be good or be gone. So, yes, a bleed going on. Oh, but there's some interesting energies coming. Right, we were doing numbers when we're trying to do a lottery for who gets the next personal reading. Well, I suspect in actual fact that we've just pulled out the energy of the truth and that we won't have that anymore. Because I am a psychic and I am feeling a distortion in your energy, mate. And I was willing to give that as a distortion of your own discomfort, but I'm just beginning to think you're just a fib. So, right. Back to the reading. So there's a bleed, a possessions bleed, a prosperity bleed that comes and goes within your frequency, that you feel it's like every time you try to sticky plaster something, it stings you again. The energy keeps going. But don't worry, that's just going to change. But that's the frequency where we're starting from. Your water meadow is like, if you were to imagine it as a water meadow, every time the water meadow puts out a new series of flowers, then suddenly there would be this frequency of a wind that would remove all the petals. So the next thing that we have is the rarefied energy of solstice. But I feel like this is, the solstice energy is a magical 6 month frequency, but it's also about a moment of gathering together to witness something. It used to have the energy on it of community. It was like a community room. So it's like an energy of coming back together. There's something about it that's talking about a redefining energy of both the night energy, the day energy, day and night, being brought into a new format. But there's something about Jupiter. I'm being shown very much Jupiter on this. And then we have solve, resolve. There's something about, they're showing me, which they don't usually, but they're showing me rune alchemy. Rune alchemy. So this Jupiter is coming actually across as Zeus. Why? Why Zeus? Let me go to these other two and see what I get. I feel like I'm being shown this energy of the gift, the generosity, the gifu, but it not being the true frequency. It being, how can I do it? Hang on, I'll just get another card. It's like the energy of the generosity is not true. It's only one half of the story. There's something about fluidity as opposed to rigidity. Rigidity and fluidity, and the notion of Zeus and the lightning bolt, but not, so it's like, it's almost like this is what they're showing me, actually. It's complicated to catch sometimes, the frequencies. So the notion is, think of a lightning bolt. Now, as a child, we would draw a lightning bolt. Oh, look, I can do it on the ink. Perfect. We draw lightning bolts in this very angular way, just like this energy. Everything within you at the moment is lacking fluidity and flow. Not because there's something wrong with you, but just because that's how life works sometimes. Yeah, Zeus is Jupiter. Zeus is the Greek name, Jupiter is the Roman name. And the planets use the Roman names, but not all of the asteroids do. So there's something about the curve, the fluidity of the distilling. There's almost there's an energy of order and chaos. You're in the cusp of order and chaos. The order needs to be broken to allow the chaos to bring a new energy. That's what's happening. Yeah, it does. It breaks down into two halves, but they're not the mirror of each other. The mirror of this would be this, not this, somehow, because they're not looking at each other. So we have some more. We have some more runes. So what do we have? We have Moon in Gemini, 55, 5 gold rings, 5 gold rings. Networking. That's not the energy. The energy I'm getting of this is breaking something apart. Just like this gift is not a real gift. It has to be broken apart to become a new spark. It's like snapping off dead wood. The water meadow. Sorry, the water meadow. It's just I'm being shown very dark energies, and I don't want to do an energy story that scares you because there's really good frequencies coming. But I think that they're showing me that the energy of the water meadow is kind of gone stagnant, and that's why it can't hold on to a frequency properly. So like when I said, if the wind blew, the petals fall, it's been enough effort for the petals to grow because there's a stagnancy to the water meadow, and that's why things need to be changed. So I was halfway to explaining the rigidity of the lightning, the angular of the lightning. If you look at real lightning, it's much more fluid in programs. So there's something about how there's a lack of true fluidity in your water meadow. It's almost like if the wind blew, the reeds would snap and just be at angles, rather than having a kind of fluid motion. So you've got Godmouth. Break apart, separate the twins. I don't know why Gemini is so important to you, but there is something about the thinking side of things. Like there's a wrong thought process in your sacral, but you open the space to let the God mouth in, the energy of source. And this is the 4. Did you not say 4? Someone just said 4 was important to them. It might not have been you, but it might have been Eve. The mouth of God opens. So there's a celestial opportunity that's coming in. It's coming in like lightning. Look, so the lightning is the snake, Ophiuchus. It's an opportunity that comes in. It's a moment in time, a bolt from the blue that's coming in to change your life, to change your consciousness. It's a divine frequency of galactic consciousness. So, Wassail, Shaman, this is very odd. I feel like I need to go on with just this depth for the moment. There's a story unfolding of something new coming in from the cosmos and reaching down to you to purify your water meadow that's stagnant, to bring fluidity. Maybe it's just, I don't know what the energy's like in Paris, but are you from Paris or do you just live there? I used to work in Paris, and personally, I loved Paris, but Paris was a very difficult energy frequency for me. Yeah, salt marshes are amazing. Yeah, you say, yeah, willing to learn fluidity. You're half French, okay. And how long have you lived in Paris long? I can't remember, Fib. I have to look it up. But Paris and I had a very weird relationship. It took me a long time to crack Paris. Paris always made me constipated, and nowhere else in the world used to do that, but it always did. Before that in London, okay. So the next 2 cards I've got are Owl Senses, 6860, and Moon in Scorpio. Okay, so now I'm getting this. Why is Moon in Gemini and Moon in Scorpio? They're the old nodes. These are the shifts. It's like you couldn't receive fluidity. You had a rigidness when the nodes were in Gemini and Sagittarius. When they move into Scorpio and Taurus, that's when it becomes fluidity for you. And that's really weird because they're both fixed energies, but somehow the fixing will allow a stability. There's almost something about when they're mutable, you can't choose how to work. So this is coming across as like your senses have been on hyperdrive, like hypervigilance. And when it shifts from Gemini and Sagittarius to Scorpio and Taurus, which is the 19th of January, you will begin to get a different sense of what's going on. Yeah, it's kind of, it depends where you are in the world, 18th and 19th. We've got Tyr and Fenrir and the moon. There's an energy of the moon here, which is nodal again. So what's coming with the node switch? What's coming with the node switch? It's so interesting. So it began with that energy, as I said, of a stagnant water meadow, and it was complicated. It was like being fixed in a kind of angular journey and the fluidity not being in there and trying to patch up this energy. And then the God mouth frequency of source bringing in a new fluid opportunity when the nodes change. And this is that energy again of the moon, the nodal moon, being a really large force in your life in the coming moment. And then what did we get? We got Ing again. But this time it's Ing in color, and it's Ing in Loki frequency. It's Ing shifted. With the node shift, your life will shift. This hasn't been the right energy. The things that you've been trying to shore up, to fix, to come to terms with, wasn't possible until this nodal shift on the 18th, 19th. I say 19th because it's also the point at which Gaia, Uranus, comes out, goes stationary, and comes out of retrograde. And that's when there's a big energy of the game changing. So I hope that helped. You're all nodal. And the nodal shift will shift your world. It doesn't even feel like it's something that you really had to do in that energy. It was just accept that the things that have been a discomfort, possession-wise, and it was material and stuff, just needed to go. Yeah, I'm so excited for Uranus to get going. I love a bit of Gaia. So, let's do another round of pick a number between 1 and 9. I just want to keep saying between 1 and 9, Ashutosh, if you want to play. Don't be a tosher. So I'm going to press start now so you can start doing your numbers. And then I'm going to just get ready to write stop. And I'll shuffle the deck and we'll see who gets what they gets what they get. Although there's so many numbers and I haven't even started shuffling. I'm waiting for the first card to fall. There it is. So I'm going to say stop. I know lots of you will have already pressed numbers that are coming in. Right, so I need to go back to where it says start. It's loads. So it's number 7, people. So 7, first of all, there's Carmen. That's the first 7. Second 7 is Sarah. Third 7 is Calgraph. Fourth 7 is Shala. Fifth 7 is Calgraph. Sixth 7 is Sarah. And the 7th 7 is Loopy. Loopy, you're the winner of the reading. Oh, it's getting hot up here today. I might have to have a little sip of the chilled water. Oh, my flask fell over. I know I've cleaned my glasses and they're really dirty. So let's begin with Walk Like an Egyptian. See, this one might be the aesthetics of beauty. Oh, interesting. So, thanks, Sarah. Right, the aesthetics of beauty, I'm sure, is number 30. Because it looks very similar to happiness. Strong sense of the aesthetics of beauty. There's something about this that's music and dance. Sheila, this should be your reading. And then we have number 5, which is maturity and prudent choices, but planning a trip. And then we have what's interesting, the blank. So, the aesthetics. I'm going to go with the shamanics, Jumanjics. Wassail, Benzo's mind. Yeah, I haven't been here 24 hours, mate. I've just been here 4 hours, 18 minutes, and yesterday was 5.5. But there's so many people that seem to want a personal reading that it seems a good thing to do for you all. So, aesthetics, spiritual aesthetics is what's coming in. This energy of maturity or trip. I'm doing your reading for some reason in a different way. Maturity or trip. I'm not taking those two that were inside the deck. I'm not showing. I need them to fall. Maturity. Right. Emotional maturity. Spiritual aesthetics bringing emotional maturity. And then the blank, the random blankness. Ooh, beauty way. So that's interesting. I need very slightly to see if I can just make my glasses clearer. Should have brought glasses cleaner up. That's better. I can see again. It's got very, 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 very still here. It might get dark soon. So I want to add another set of cards. I'm doing them in groups because I feel like yours needs to be a message for some reason that moves down. And I don't know that kind of thing till it happens. So the beauty of spirit, the maturity, the maturing of emotions, and there's a brand newness, a brand new energy, a new chapter of like sacral healing. So, right, that was a card of Leo that just fell out, but it wasn't part of a shuffling. You just have to watch where they fall to make sure that they go with the right card. So, Hamea. Ooh, Mary the Jewess. And the beauty way has got owl. Ooh. And now I want an Odin at the bottom. And then I can read for you. I just need to build this one for some reason. Oh, look, you can see cards on the table. It's exciting. It's so interesting. There's a new energy today that just can't resist being here. Elfemir is here. There's a new bird out there making a different kind of sound I've never heard before. Emotional bliss, bend. This is lovely, lovely, lovely energy. There we go. Oh, someone just said ready for a new chapter. Yarkan, new beginning. So, I need to pull. I love that bird noise. You've got a lot of energies. You've got 301336. 301336. So that's pathways, understanding pathways. So this energy of birthing a beautiful spiritual aesthetic is a freedom. It's an energy of a kind of transformation that takes place. And it's a divine frequency, but it is about birthing. The Hamea energy is being caught in the frequency of the Tesla trap, but it doesn't feel like a trap. It feels like me sitting on this swing. It's just holding me in motion until it becomes a moment of stopping and bringing in the new divine energy. Because if anything, the Alchemy for me is the ninth realm. It's the highest form of heaven in the Norse mythology. And there are three heavens. And this is about trust. You have to trust. And this is about a belief, an energy of understanding, an energy of faith in spirit. Faith in spirit. And then that's bringing this frequency of philosophical transformation 56191 and Vend. To discard of journeying to an emotional maturity, understanding, magnifying emotions, seeing more clearly, understanding more succinctly, more clearly, seeing more clearly, understanding more clearly. It's the same thing. It's a personal growth transformation. Because you've got Mary the Jewess. Mary the Jewess is to complete and understand the motion of your destiny forwards. It's coming into being the philosopher, the one person that could take all the primal materials and create anything within life. But to do that, you have to trust your spiritual guidance and you have to trust your emotional maturity to float the boat on a lake or a sea of bliss. This is about a test of your own profound thought processes, your belief in you. It's not just, Spirit said, Spirit is the vehicle that will give you the frequency, but you've got to believe that Spirit wants to nest in your sacral and birth something. It's an instinctual trust. And then it's just all about birthing anew. There's something about this card though, this card of to sense. It's sensing when the newness begins. The hummingbird's there again, making a lot of noise and making its presence very felt. Opening your senses to know when to begin this new chapter, because there's a sacral rebirth. That's the energy that I'm getting from this. Transformation, the dragonfly energy, the sacral reopening, the magnification of emotions, the maturing of emotions. It feels like you're going through a rite of passage to a sense of happiness, a spiritual and emotional happiness. That's what's coming across. So, sorry, I got slightly sidetracked by messages there at the end. So I'm now going to just throw on top of that a row of tarot that explains the energy pathway. Because it's a massive energy of a spiritual and emotional transformation that rebirths a whole new sacred emotion and a whole new chapter. But in what way? In what way? It's interesting. There's something in this card that has a kind of balanced frequency. And there's something in these 3 cards that's a balanced frequency. But I have to show you them so that you can see the balance. So it begins with Prince of Wands. Battling, it's like battling the old frequencies of your thoughts in the way in which you might sort of hurt yourself with thoughts. It's like your thoughts haven't been tuned to your truth at this point, and this is the beginning of, it feels like a very clumsy way of doing it, but it's the only way. It's go in there quick and battle to make the changes, but you've got to know when to rebirth. So it's like going in and running into the energy of thought interferences, the frequencies that have been like a barrier. You know, you have a great idea and you share it with somebody and they tell you it's a bad idea, and then you start believing it's a bad idea. There's something about trusting you, trusting your own transformation, trusting the maturity of your own emotions to rebirth the sacral. That's this energy. This is, you know, the frequency of Mary the Jewess, the first ever alchemist, and she's the only one to ever create the Philosopher's Stone. And then it ends with, from air to explosive fire. You blow new thoughts in and new passions will burst from within you. So it's a really wonderful, magical, fiery transformation, a rebirth frequency that's coming. But you have to trust in yourself to write your chapter yourself and not be influenced by others. That's the thing. Hear the others, sense the others, but fly on your own pathway. That's the story. Oh, okay, don't doubt yourself. There's such amazingly beautiful energy there. But hear others, but don't listen to them necessarily. You decide. So, I reckon probably there's time for one more, but don't start writing numbers yet. Let me put the cards back. And then we'll do one more. And look, you know, I'm sure tomorrow I can be here to do some more. So if you miss out today, we can come back tomorrow. Plus I washed all my clothes, so I'll have nice clean clothes tomorrow. I mean, I'm not sitting in a dirty shirt, obviously. It was the only one I had left. So, I have to come forwards and I'm going to set you all off. S-T-A-R-T. So, numbers between 1 and 9. And I will shuffle this deck and, well, you know the rules, and if you don't, it doesn't matter. It's all just a little lottery, and I'm trying to make it fair on people. So you shove your numbers in, and we'll see what gives. We'll see what gives. Okay, so stop. I'm just marking a stop moment. There's actually 2 cards, but I'm not taking both. I just need to see what they were. I'm taking the first one because it is about a reading and it's the number 6. So I need to go to the start. Whoa, people, you are so fast at these numbers. Right, so Moonwolf was the first 6. Dee was the second 6. Moonwolf was the third 6. Fourth 6 was Moonwolf. Fifth was Carol. And the 6th was Moonwolf. Oof. So, Moonwolf, you're getting the last reading for today. I love laundry chores too. They're all my clothes are hanging in the other one of these, just across on the washing lines. So, what do we have for Moonwolf? What do we have for Moonwolf? Might change decks. See what that one is. Oh, bye, Olga. I hope you had fun chatting with everyone in here. I'm sorry, I don't chat enough with everyone. I'm too busy doing the readings. But say bye to Olga, everyone. She's the artist on the runes. So, what do we have, Moonwolf? Ooh, magic. There's magic, and then you got 3 cards. Oh, look. Moonwolf, you I know. I feel like Olga's been hiding. She's just probably had it on. She's going off to make some delicious food. I'll go to bed. It's quite late, obviously. So it's 5 here, 5. So it's about 11 p.m. in Portugal. So what do you have? You have magical karma. That's your power and your prosperity. But it doesn't seem, I don't feel like it's activated yet. So, let's find out how you can alchemically activate your magic. Right, so I know that one goes there, and that one goes there, and that one goes there somehow. Oh, I see what I've done. I've put them in. I knew there was something wrong with the energy. It didn't make sense. I need one more card. Oh, this is really interesting. So, I don't know how yet, but I mean symbolically, Moonwolf, because look at that, turning the world upside down, turning your power upside down. So, we have the frequency of sulfur. Sulfur is cardinal modality. So it's the signs of Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn. It's about new magic. There's a legacy within you of old magic, but this is an energy of new magic. Interesting, new magic. In the real world, coming through the veil into the real world. Sulfur is a yellow, smoky brimstone frequency. And I'm seeing that as sort of transforming, like it's working with different elements. So I want to jump, I'm going to jump to staff, because staff is personal power. DNA, it's written in your codes, but what's written in your codes has become calcified and rusty. It's like this needs to be exchanged. There's a new sulfurous frequency that will clear out the old energy that's no longer serving you. But it comes, as I said earlier, like a magical karma. And you've got 828 or 288. It depends on how you want to look at it. It's about the energy of house 8. Emotional heat, a scalding of your DNA. I feel very much like this is coming across very much as, I wanted at first to say sexual magic, and then I wanted to say fertility magic, bringing forth newness, bringing forth new fruits, bringing forth, what is this? It's this energy of the harvest with the year. This is the year that you harvest your magic, that's in your karma, that's just waiting to connect in with you. Sorry, I'm just looking at numbers because something's, you see, I've got 2, 8, 8, 3, 8. There's more energy of the power of house 8, but the power of, I kind of want to say there's this energy I'm picking up of creation of life, of the energy of a growing family, an energy of it's just, I'm being shown very complicated images of charts, and I'm being shown certain areas, but they're not house 4. They're about siblings, and they're about sort of a possessiveness around family. Almost like there's an energy here, which is you've got to somehow let go of some aspect of family to grow family, to harvest family. Let's see what else we get. Oh yeah, Penelope and Ben, you're in the same town. New York's little. So, what's this let go of siblings to grow family frequency? It doesn't quite make sense. I know you're showing me it. Wow, that's phenomenal. I never get through that deck without something flying out. It's obviously lining up. Now we're getting there. Oh, it's so interesting. It's getting a bit sticky, but it's giving me this frequency. Cut ties to make ties. Cut ties to make ties. Queen of Swords, Queen of Wands, creativity. So cut ties to make ties, to create new. Mary the Jewess. This energy of transformation, alchemy. There's something I'm hearing about turning white lies into red hot truths. I don't know what that means. I really don't know what that means. But there's something about, it feels as though there's some, it's like you are almost overprotective of family issues, and that is not reciprocated. And so there's some sort of frequency of just not, I don't mean removing people from family. It's just a better understanding. That's what this white lies to red hot truth. There's something about growing another family. And I don't know whether that means blood ties and literally, you know, having children, or whether it just means growing another family that will be your power, as in your friends. Like there's an energy of magical growth through the realms of magic, meeting more magical people, but not being so calcified by blood ties. It's an interesting energy, because most of the time these energies to do with blood have been deeply personal, ancestral. This is not about that. Yes, there's a karmic energy within your DNA, but I don't know whether it's an energy that's in your family's DNA. That's the frequency I'm getting here. Because this is mystical manifestation. And this is Mary the Jewess, which is mystical, alchemical transformation. There's a mystical, magical transformation coming that is your time to harvest your power, but you don't harvest it if you keep somehow being reliant on the mistruths of family. Yeah, this is your time. And I'm not saying, you know, walk away from your family. That's not the point. I'm saying make space for a magical alternative, even if it is only for the space of a short time. There's something about the DNA that you've got in combination that somehow isn't the same for siblings. It's something that's just you. And it is magical. I mean, the energy here is very profound, powerful magic that gives fruit. But I do also, I do see an expansion of family, and whether that's through pregnancies or whether it's through new friends, I don't know. But there is an expansion. I'm being shown like there's a weird thing, look, it doesn't have to be now, but I am getting the energy of an egg. that's protected by spirit, that's waiting to come through. And somehow she has behind her the magical orb of consciousness, mystical consciousness. And I feel like that to unite with that, whether that be just within you as a person or whether that be within your life as a child to be yet to be born, I don't know. And it could be you having a child, a sibling having a child, but somehow the energy of this is about this. There is an energy of birth, and you're the mystic, you're the transformative, you're the magical, empowering energy. I mean, you could just be like a godparent or an aunt, but there's definitely an energy of a child, a magical child, that can only happen because you've got a connection to your magic. So that's what I'm getting. Yeah, they're readings I'm just doing, Eat Me. And I just offer everyone the chance to say a number. We pull a number from the deck, and then someone gets to be the focus of the personal reading. Oh, look, this is too weird. Just at the end of that reading, this card was up the right way in the deck. It's the frequency of the two eggs. Those two orbs coming together to change and make a new life. And then I just do a series of readings. So I've been on for nearly 5 hours. I don't know how many readings I did. But I just do readings and then we move on and I pick another card and I do another reading. And I just offer personal readings for the moment. It's not going to be something I do all the time. It's a kind of end of year thing to help us move forwards. It's fun. I enjoy doing it. And I think it's nice to gift you all back for all the gifts you've sent me all year that keep me able to travel and see the world and share things with you. I'm going to pull the screen nearer in a sec so that I can actually have a little look at what you're saying. A little look at what you're saying. So let's put those cards there, those cards there. Now let's pull my soft cloth because I don't want to scratch the table. Oh, Wassail, Lieutenant. We love a bit of Cindy. So, what have we got going on, people? I can possibly do a career reading tomorrow. I'm fading on light now. It won't last long enough, Edward, I'm afraid. So, yeah, it's a nice location. I'm staying on a mango farm. And these are these concrete, weird, open-windowed spaces. And I sleep below here. I've got a bedroom and a bathroom. And then they live on the other side of the house. Wow, you've been skiing. Too much snow. I want snow. I love all the birds here. Yeah, it's nice to be in warm, but you know what? I'll be honest, Christmas isn't Christmas when it's warm. Yeah, it's something that needs to be told, because we sell the myth and the story of Christmas on the coldness, even though the story of, the birth of Jesus is all around, the Middle East and warmth, but it really is sold to us mainly with snowmen. Am I tired? I have to be honest and say no. It's weird. I get more tired if I do 12 zodiac readings. I don't know why, but when we just sit there and just sing, that's because someone just asked me to sing fib. When I just do these readings, there's such a lovely energy and there's such a kind of friendly, lovely conversations that seem to go on between you all, that it just feels really nice. I get a bit hungry, but this time I actually ate just before coming up here and having my shower. And now I'll go downstairs and eat some more because it does make me a bit hungry. Now, the hummingbird's over there. Oh my goodness, it's on the mango trees. It's never been over there before. Vanished again. I can hear it, but it's in the canopy of the mango tree. Oh, nice that you've got snow. I'd like a bit of snow. So I'm going to do a spine note for fib, for the back. I'm keeping an eye out for that. I can hear it. Oh, it's behind us. There it is. Oh, it just went up that middle window. It's in that area. A hummingbird. Let's see if I can. Oh, now it's gone back over there. I don't know which window that is now. It's in that area. I think it's too far away, but there's a hummingbird. So I'm going to sing a C sharp and a nervous system. And I'll leave the camera like that so that you can see possibly the hummingbird. There it went. Did you see it? Chewbacca. So they're not short shorts today. I got long shorts on. Had to wash all my short shorts. So there was a little back note in the nervous system. So that was Pluto and Chiron frequency. Yeah, do you know, Edward, it's really funny. Dogs do one of two things. They either lie down or they try and get in my mouth, which is really weird. It's a pleasure, Fib. It'll be interesting, I think, around the 29th, because obviously Pluto's getting ever closer to the magical number of the return frequency on the signing of the Declaration of Independence in the United States, but also it's got a triple conjunction going on. Right now it's in conjunction with Venus over Christmas until the 28th of December. And it's also got 3 Passovers going with Mercury. And it doesn't do its third conjunction with Venus until March. So Venus is in there for a long time. And then on the 29th, as we keep talking about, Chiron, which has now gone direct, will meet exactly in conjunction with the fixed star Algenib, which is the tip of the wing of Pegasus. And there's something about getting our nervous system to new heights, getting some kind of frequency of change going on. So that's it, people. We've done 5 hours, 5 gold rings. And I hope you've all had a nice time. And I'm sure, unless someone offers to take me to the beach tomorrow for a swim, I will be back again tomorrow. Oh, there's a dove just flew by. Peace, people. Yeah, that's right. Mercury goes into the shadow and Jupiter will enter Pisces and become the 9 of Cups. And that's going to be a 4-month frequency of wishes. It's a pleasure, Catherine, Wassail, Catherine, Wassail, Nadia, Noel, Wassail, Deborah Jane, Wassail, Susia May. I'm never quite sure how to say your name. Wassail, Fibonacci, Wassail, Michelle, Quan. I didn't know whether there was a Q there or an O there. Wassail, Angela Moon, 42. Wassail, Eat Me. Wassail, Darkfire Dragon, 2013. Wassail, Michael Creek. Yeah, I will enjoy the beach if I get taken there. If I don't, I don't. I could try and cycle, but it's a bit of a long way on a bike. Yes, Wassail, Penelope, Jagasa Shafa. I love a bit of singing. Wassail, Miss Mary Berry, mango, 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 sunshine. Wassail, Sarah Hell. Wassail, Erica. Wassail, Eve. Eve was my featured moderator today, but I thank all my moderators. Wassail, bends the spine. Do you know what? I've never loved a hammock, but I do now. And when you come to Mexico, you go to stay in places in the jungle, and they have bedrooms with hammocks hanging up in them. They got a bed, but they all had hammocks. And I was like, what's all this bloody hammock shit? And then when you get there and you realize that lying on a bed is just too hot, you have to get on a hammock naked just so that your body can breathe. Just saying. Oh, Catherine, Wassail, Catherine, Wassail, Catherine. It's a great name. I like the name Catherine. Wassail, M-E-W. Wassail, drawing momentum. There probably are 200-year-old laws that probably say you're really only ever meant to be in a hammock naked. But you do. You just your skin, your whole body, everything can't deal with the humidity. You know, you lie on a bed, you sweat. And so, where am I in Mexico? It's in Chiapas, near the Pacific Ocean, which weirdly it's hotter in the ocean than it is in the air here at the moment. It's so warm, it's ridiculous. And it's like getting in a bath, and you kind of want to get in the sea to cool off, and it doesn't cool off. It's just hot, 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 hot. I like this hammock. It's pink. It matches my shirt today. It's a very gay hammock. Can you please reco the right size of Tibetan bowl to use for healing my foot? That's interesting. It has several notes in it. So it's more than the note. So often feet contain bones, so they can be the note C. But most of the time, problems with the feet evolve around the B flat, the A sharp. So you would really want one probably with an A sharp. There's a melody, I'll just sing it to you. I think if you go on my sound healing website playlist, you'll find it there. But there's a melody that you need, which is F of the knee and the lower heart, the physical world, C of the bones, the spine, and the nervous system. So the melody is like this. I have to look. I can't see with my glasses on. Oh. So I'll just try and sing it. If you focus on your foot, but you also, this will be better if you use it with your headphones on. And I'll just say we're singing it at around 5 hours, 10 minutes if you want to go back and find it. So that's her leg healing. You just asked where's Eve's reading. I've got no bloody idea. It could be anywhere. It's going to be a long way back. I can't even get the comments to go back far enough to try and see where it happened. So I'm sorry. I've got no idea. I was just sitting here. Hey, 3 hours 23. Well done, Eve. So, beautiful people, I'm off too, Michael. And I shall probably be back tomorrow, as I say, unless I get taken to the beach. So, have a beautiful day. And hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow for some more personal fun. Wassail, beautiful people.